The first thing I noticed was the sound. Not loud, not sudden, just slow breathing. I remember standing still in the middle of the corridor, my hand resting on the cold metal rail, trying to figure out if it was mine. I held my breath. The sound didn't stop. That's when I realized I wasn't alone. It was my first night on the graveyard shift. They told me the place was empty, completely shut down for years. No inmates, no staff, just a skeleton of concrete and rust waiting to be sold off or forgotten. Easy job, they said. Just walk the halls, check the locks, make sure no one sneaks in. No one warned me about the silence. It wasn't normal silence. It felt thick, like the air had weight, like every step I took had to push through something unseen. I remember checking my watch. 12:47 a.m. Still hours to go. I kept walking. My boots echoed down the corridor, bouncing off the walls in a way that made it hard to tell where the sound was coming from. Every step sounded like someone else walking just a second behind me. I stopped again. Silence. Then breathing. Soft. Slow. Close. I turned toward the cells. Block C. That's where they told me to start. Most of the doors were open, rusted hinges, bent bars, some hanging loose like broken teeth. Except one. Cell 14. Closed. Locked. Clean. That was the first thing that didn't make sense. Everything else looked abandoned, forgotten. But that door, it looked maintained. Not new, just cared for. I stepped closer. My flashlight flickered once, not off, just enough to make me notice. The beam landed on the small window slot in the door. Dark inside. Too dark. Like the light didn't want to go in. I leaned in a little. Hello, I said without thinking. My voice sounded wrong in that place, too alive. No answer. But the breathing got clearer. Slow inhale. Slow exhale. Coming from inside the cell. My chest tightened. I told myself it was pipes, old ventilation, maybe air moving through the walls. Yeah, that made sense. It had to. I stepped back. Checked the lock. Still sealed. Heavy iron, no sign of tampering. I even pulled on it once, just to be sure. Didn't budge. Empty, I whispered to myself. That's what the file said. Every cell cleared, every inmate transferred. No exceptions. I turned away. That should have been the end of it. But I didn't go far. Something pulled me back. Not a sound, not a movement. Just a feeling. Like when you walk away from someone who's staring at you, and you can feel their eyes still on your back. I stopped again. Slowly turned around. The door was still closed. Still quiet. Still locked. But now, the breathing had stopped. And somehow that felt worse. I walked back. Closer this time. My steps slower. Careful. Like I didn't want to disturb something. I leaned toward the slot again. This time I didn't speak. I just listened. Nothing. Not even air. Then a soft scrape. From inside. Like something shifting against the floor. My throat went dry. Probably rats, I said. But I didn't believe it. Not here. Not in a locked cell. I lifted my flashlight and pushed the beam directly into the slot. For a second, it reflected back at me. Like it hit something close to the door. Something at eye level. I froze. My hand tightened around the flashlight. I moved it slightly to the side. The reflection disappeared. Just darkness again. Too fast. Too controlled. Like whatever it was, moved away on purpose. My heart started beating harder. I stepped back again. This time, I didn't try to explain it. I just wrote it down. That was part of the job. Log everything unusual. So I pulled out my small notebook. 12:53 a.m., I whispered as I wrote. Sound detected inside cell 14. Possible animal. My handwriting didn't look like mine. Too shaky. I closed the notebook. And that's when I heard it again. But not breathing. Not scraping. A voice. So quiet I almost missed it. Right behind the door. Do. I froze. My entire body locked up. I didn't move. Didn't breathe. Don't go, it said again. The voice wasn't loud. It wasn't aggressive. It sounded tired. Like someone who had been waiting a long time. My mind started racing. This wasn't possible. The prison was empty. It had to be. I forced myself to speak. Who's there? Silence. Then a soft sound. Not words. Just a faint exhale. Like relief. I stepped back quickly. Too quickly. My shoulder hit the wall behind me, sending a dull echo through the corridor. I didn't care. I just needed distance. My eyes stayed locked on the door. Waiting. Watching. Nothing moved. Nothing came out. No more voice. Just silence again. Heavy pressing. I looked down at my watch. 1:02 a.m. It felt like hours had passed. I grabbed my radio. Pressed the button. Control, this is Night One, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I've got possible presence in Block C, Cell 14. Static. No response. I pressed again. Control. Nothing. Just a low crackle. Then silence. I lowered the radio slowly. That's when I noticed something else. The corridor behind me felt different. Darker. Longer. Like it had stretched while I wasn't looking. I turned my flashlight toward it. Empty. But not safe. Not anymore. I looked back at cell 14. The door hadn't moved. The lock was still in place. But something had changed. I could feel it. The air around it felt warmer. Like there was a body inside. Close to the door. Waiting. I don't know why I did it. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was something else. But I stepped forward again. Slowly. My hand reaching toward the slot. I shouldn't have. I know that now. But I did. I placed my eye close to the opening. And for a second, I saw nothing. Just darkness. Then, movement. Right in front of me. So close I couldn't focus. Something pale. Something still. And then, an eye. Open. Staring directly at me. I stumbled back, my heart slamming against my chest. The flashlight slipped in my hand, the beam shaking wildly across the walls. No, I whispered, no, no. That wasn't possible. It couldn't be. The cell was empty. It had to be empty. I forced myself to look again. Just for a second. Just to prove it wasn't real. I stepped forward. Raised the light. Looked through the slot. Nothing. Empty. Completely empty. No movement. No eye. No sound. Just a bare concrete floor and a metal bed frame bolted to the wall. I stood there breathing hard, trying to understand, trying to find something real to hold onto. Then I saw it, on the inside of the door, scratched into the metal. Deep. Fresh. Words I knew hadn't been there before. I leaned closer, reading slowly. They told you I was gone. My stomach dropped. I stepped back one last time. And that's when I heard it again. Right behind me this time. Close to my ear. Soft. Calm. Almost patient. I'm still here. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. Because deep down, I already knew. If I did, I wouldn't be looking at an empty corridor anymore. I didn't sleep after that. I told myself I would. I went back to the small office near the entrance, sat down in the cracked chair, and stared at the wall clock as it ticked toward morning. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw that eye again. Too close, too still, too aware. And that voice, it didn't sound angry. That's what stayed with me. It sounded patient, like it knew I would come back. By the time the sun came up, I had already made a decision. I wasn't going to report it. Not yet, because I knew what they would say. Stress, first night nerves, imagination. And maybe part of me wanted to prove it to myself first, that I wasn't losing my mind. So instead of going home, I went to the records room. It was in the lower level, past a narrow staircase that smelled like damp paper and rust. The light down there flickered more than usual, like it didn't fully belong. The door creaked when I pushed it open. Inside, rows and rows of old filing cabinets. Dust thick in the air. It felt untouched, like no one had come down here in years. That didn't make sense either. If the prison was cleared, someone should have organized all this. Moved it, archived it. But everything looked abandoned mid-process. Files half open. Boxes stacked and forgotten. Like people just stopped caring one day. I stepped inside, closed the door behind me. For a moment, I just stood there listening. Nothing. No breathing. No whispers. Just silence. That gave me a strange kind of relief. Like whatever was in cell 14 didn't follow me here. I moved toward the cabinets, each one labeled by block and number. Block C was near the back. Of course it was. I ran my fingers along the metal handles, leaving clean streaks through the dust. C block, C block. Then I found it. Drawer marked cells 120. My chest tightened a little. I hesitated, then pulled it open. The sound echoed too loudly in the small room. I froze, waited. Nothing followed. No voice. No movement. Just the drawer, sliding open like it had been waiting. Inside, folders. Thin, yellowed, some torn at the edges. I flipped through them slowly. Cell 1, Cell 2, Cell 3. Each file had a name, a face, a record. Crimes, sentences, transfers. Everything documented. Everything accounted for. Until Cell 14. I stopped. My hand hovered over the file. It looked different. Not newer, not older. Just wrong. Like it didn't belong with the others. I pulled it out. The folder felt lighter than it should. I opened it. Inside, almost nothing. No photo. No full name. Just a single page. Typed. Short. I read it once. Then again. Inmate transferred. No further record required. That was it. No date. No signature. No destination. Nothing. I frowned. That wasn't how records worked. Even in old systems, there were always details. Someone had to sign off. Someone had to receive. There were always trails. Except here. This was clean. Too clean. Like someone didn't want anything left behind. I checked the back of the page. Blank. No stamp. No code. Just empty paper. A strange feeling crept in. Not fear. Not yet. More like confusion. Like I was missing something obvious. I went back to the drawer. Looked again. Every other file was thick. Full of reports, notes, photographs. But cell 14. Just that one page. I pulled out the neighboring files. Cell 13. Cell 15. Both complete. Both detailed. So why was 14 erased? I leaned against the cabinet thinking. Maybe it was a mistake. A lost file. A misprint. But then, something small caught my eye. On the edge of the page. A faint indentation. Like something had been written and then removed. I tilted the paper under the light. There it was. Very faint. Almost invisible. Letters pressed into the surface. I grabbed a pencil from the desk nearby. Carefully shaded over the area. Slowly, the words began to appear. Not typed. Handwritten. Hidden. My breathing slowed as I read. Still here. My hand froze. The pencil slipped slightly, leaving a dark streak across the page. I stared at the words, trying to understand, trying to explain it. But I already knew. It was the same message, the same feeling, the same presence. I closed the folder quickly. Too quickly, like it might change if I looked at it longer. I stepped back from the cabinet, my mind racing. Someone had hidden this. Not removed. Not lost. Hidden, which meant someone knew, and they didn't want anyone else to know. A new thought hit me. Hard. If this inmate was transferred, where were the logs? There had to be transport records, movement sheets, guard reports. I turned back to the cabinets, started searching again. Faster now, less careful. Drawers opening and closing, paper shifting, dust rising into the air. I found transfer logs, dozens of them, each one listing names, dates, destinations. I scanned them quickly, looking for cell 14, looking for anything. Minutes passed, maybe more. Then, I found something, a log sheet, dated years ago, the day before the prison officially shut down. My eyes moved down the list, one by one. Names, transfers, destinations, everything normal, until the last line. It wasn't filled in. No name, no number, just a blank space. And next to it, a note, written in pen, different handwriting, messy, rushed, do not log. My chest tightened again. I read it twice. Do not log. That wasn't protocol. That wasn't anything. That was a decision. A deliberate choice. Someone had chosen to leave that space empty. To erase someone. But why? And more importantly, did that mean the inmate was never transferred? Or never left? A soft sound broke the silence. Behind me. I turned slowly. The door to the records room was slightly open. I was sure I had closed it. I stared at it, waiting. Nothing moved. No shadow. No sound. Just that small gap. Darkness beyond it. My heart started beating faster. I told myself it was nothing. Old hinges, air pressure, something simple. I took a step toward it, then another, each step slower than the last. My eyes fixed on that gap. Something about it felt wrong. Too still, too quiet. I reached the door, placed my hand on it. Cold metal. I pushed it open. The hallway outside was empty, exactly as I left it. But the air felt different, heavier, warmer, like someone had just been standing there. Close, watching. I stepped out slowly, looked left, then right. Nothing. But then, I heard it again. That breathing. Soft, familiar, coming from upstairs, from Block C. My stomach dropped. I looked back at the records room, at the files, at the hidden message still fresh in my mind. Still here. And for the first time, I understood something I hadn't before. This wasn't just one night. This wasn't just one cell. This had been going on for years. Hidden, ignored, erased. I looked up the staircase. Dark, waiting. The breathing continued. Slow, steady, like it knew I would hear it. Like it knew I would come back. And the worst part, I realized I wasn't scared in the way I should be. Not enough to leave. Not enough to run. Because now, I needed to know. If there were no records, no name, no transfer, then who was in cell 14? And why did it feel like? It already knew mine. The footsteps started the second night. Not when I entered the prison. Not when I reached Block C. They waited, like they knew my routine. I had just sat down at the small desk near the end of the corridor. Same place as before. Same flickering light above me. Same long stretch of cells fading into darkness. I remember thinking, maybe last night was just stress. Maybe the files, the missing record, it got into my head. I even almost laughed at myself. Then I heard it. One step. Slow. Heavy. From the far end of the corridor. I froze, my hand still resting on the desk. Another step. Echoing against the walls. Not random, not loose debris. A clear, measured walk. Someone moving with purpose. My chest tightened. I didn't turn right away. I just listened. Step. Pause. Step. Pause. Each one perfectly spaced. Like whoever it was wanted me to hear them coming. I slowly turned my head. Raised my flashlight. The beam stretched down the corridor. Empty. Nothing there. But the footsteps didn't stop. They kept coming. Closer. Even though there was no one in the light. I stood up slowly. My chair scraped softly behind me. The sound felt too loud. Too exposed. The footsteps paused. Right then. As if reacting to me. My heart skipped. I held my breath. Waiting. Nothing. No movement. No sound. Just that same heavy silence pressing in again. I took a careful step forward. Then another. The beam of my flashlight shaking slightly as I moved. Hello, I said, my voice quieter than I expected. No answer. I kept walking. Every instinct told me to stop. To go back. But something else pulled me forward. That same feeling from before. Like I was being watched and expected. I reached the midpoint of the corridor. Still nothing. No shadow. No shape. No movement. I exhaled slowly. Maybe it was the building. Old structures make noise. Temperature changes. Metal shifts. It had to be something like that. I lowered the flashlight slightly. And then, step, right behind me. I turned instantly. The light swung wide. Nothing, but the sound had been close. Too close. Like someone had walked right up behind me and stopped the moment I turned. My heart was pounding now, louder than anything else. I backed up slowly, step by step, eyes scanning the empty space, trying to catch something, anything. Then I realized something worse. The footsteps weren't random. They were following me, matching me. When I moved, they moved. When I stopped, they stopped, but always just out of sight. I felt a chill run down my arms. I turned again, walked faster this time, back toward the desk, toward the light. The footsteps followed. Same rhythm, same distance, not rushing, not chasing, just staying with me. I reached the desk and turned sharply. The beam hit the corridor again. Empty, completely empty. The footsteps stopped, right there, at the edge of the light. I swallowed hard. This wasn't imagination. It couldn't be. There was a pattern, a response, something aware. I grabbed the chair and pulled it slightly to the side. Then I stepped away from the desk. Just one step. The footsteps didn't move. They stayed where they were, right outside the reach of the light. I stepped back into my original spot, and that's when I heard it again. One step forward, closer. My stomach dropped. It was adjusting, learning. I moved again, to the left this time. The footsteps followed. Same delay, same careful pace, like something was circling me, without ever showing itself. I pressed my back against the wall, trying to steady my breathing, trying to think. This wasn't just sound. It was interaction. It knew where I was. It knew how far to stay. And it was choosing not to be seen. Why? That question stuck in my head. Why stay hidden if it was already this close? A soft creak echoed from behind me. I turned my head slightly. Cell 14. The door. Still closed. Still locked. But something about it felt different. The air around it felt warmer again. Heavier. Like before. I stared at it. Then back at the corridor. The footsteps hadn't moved. Still waiting. Right outside the light. And suddenly, a thought hit me. Cold. Uncomfortable. What if it wasn't in the corridor? What if it was inside the walls? Or worse, inside the cell? I pushed the thought away. Too much. Too fast. I needed something real. Something solid. So I did something simple. I stepped fully into the corridor. Away from the desk. Away from the light. The darkness closed in around me. And instantly, the footsteps matched me. Closer now. No delay. Step for step. Right beside me. I stopped. They stopped. I turned my head slowly, my flashlight trembling in my hand. And for just a second, I thought I saw something. Not a shape, not a person, just a shift in the darkness. Like something had been there and moved the moment I looked. I stepped back quickly, returning to the light. The footsteps retreated, again stopping at that invisible line. My breathing was uneven now, my thoughts racing. This wasn't random. It had rules, boundaries, and it was respecting them. That scared me more than anything, because it meant it didn't need to cross into the light. It was choosing not to. A faint sound came from the desk behind me. I turned. My notebook, the one I used for logs. It had fallen off the table. I was sure I hadn't touched it. I stepped closer, picked it up. My hands felt cold. I opened it slowly, flipped to the last page, where I had written the note from yesterday. Sound detected inside cell 14. But that wasn't the only thing there anymore. Below it, in handwriting that wasn't mine, was a new line. I walk when you do. My throat tightened. I stared at the words. They looked fresh, dark, pressed hard into the paper, like whoever wrote them was right here, watching me, learning me. I closed the notebook slowly, my mind trying to keep up. The footsteps, the cell, the missing record, they were all connected. They had to be. I turned back toward the corridor one last time. The darkness waited, silent, still, but I could feel it there, right at the edge, right where it always stopped. And then, for the first time, the footsteps broke their pattern. One step forward, into the light. I heard it clearly, closer than ever. But still, I saw nothing. My entire body went still. Because now, it wasn't staying back anymore. And I couldn't tell if that meant it was getting stronger, or if I was getting closer to it. I knew the door was closed. I checked it twice before sitting down. I even touched the lock this time, just to feel something real. Cold metal, solid still. But now, from the corner of my eye, I could see it was just a small gap, barely an inch. But it wasn't like that before. I didn't hear it open. No creak, no shift. Just different. Like it had always been that way, and I was only noticing now. I didn't move right away. I kept my eyes forward. On the desk, on the notebook, on anything that wasn't that door. Because I already knew. If I looked at it directly, something would change. Something always did. The air felt warmer again. That same thick feeling pressing in around my chest. And then, I heard it. Not footsteps. Not whispers. Breathing. Slow. Deep. Coming from inside cell 14. I closed my eyes for a second. Just 1 second. Trying to steady myself. Trying to think clearly. The door is locked. I checked it. I remember checking it. So how could it be open? And more importantly, what was breathing inside? I stood up slowly. The chair scraped behind me again. That same soft sound that now felt too loud. Too noticeable. The breathing didn't stop. It stayed steady. Unbothered. Like it knew I was there. Like it didn't care anymore. I turned toward the cell. Fully this time. No avoiding it. The flashlight beam slid across the floor up the wall and stopped on the door. The gap was real. Wider than before. 2 inches now. Maybe more. My chest tightened. I took a step forward. Then another. Each step slower than the last. The light trembled slightly in my hand. The corridor behind me felt far away now. Like I had already gone too far to turn back. The breathing changed. Slightly faster. Not panic. Not fear. Just aware. Like it had noticed me moving closer. I stopped a few feet away, stared at the gap. Darkness inside, but not empty darkness. This felt occupied, heavy, like the space inside the cell was full of something I couldn't see. I reached out, my hand hovering near the door. I didn't touch it. Not yet. Something in me resisted. A quiet instinct. Don't. But another thought pushed forward. You need to know. I placed my fingers on the edge of the door. The metal was warm. That didn't make sense. It should have been cold. Everything else in this place was cold. But this felt like skin. I pulled my hand back quickly. My heart started racing. The breathing inside slowed again, almost like it was calming down. Or waiting. I looked at the lock. Still in place. Still sealed. Nothing broken. Nothing forced. Which meant this door shouldn't be moving at all. A soft sound came from inside. A shift, like weight moving across the floor. Closer. The gap darkened for a moment. Something passed in front of it. I held my breath. The light flickered once. Just once. But enough. Enough to make everything feel unstable. I took another step back. Then stopped. Because the door moved. Slowly. Not wide. Just a little more. 3 inches now. No sound. No resistance. Just opening. On its own. I stared at it. Trying to understand. Trying to find something logical. Hidden wires, broken hinges. Anything. But there was nothing. Just that steady, quiet movement. And the breathing. Closer now. Right near the door. I could feel it. Warm air slipping through the gap. Touching my face. My hands. My throat tightened. I wanted to leave. I really did. But my body didn't move. It felt like I was stuck between 2 choices. And neither one felt safe. A faint memory surfaced in my mind. The file. The missing record. Do not log. Still here. Those weren't random. This wasn't random. This was something left behind. Something hidden. Something that was never supposed to be found. The door moved again. Wider now. Just enough for me to see inside. The flashlight beam slipped through the gap. Shaking slightly. The cell came into view. Bare floor. Metal bed frame. Same as before. Empty. Completely empty. The breathing didn't match what I was seeing. It was too close. Too present. I stepped forward. Without thinking. The light moved deeper into the cell. Still nothing. No figure. No shape. No movement. But the breathing was louder now. Right in front of me. I lowered the light slowly. Toward the floor. That's when I saw it. Marks. Scratches. Deep. Dragged across the concrete. Leading from the back wall. To the door. Over and over again. Like something had been pulled. Or had been dragging itself forward. Again. And again. My stomach turned. The breathing grew heavier. Stronger. I could feel it now. Right at the edge of the doorway. But there was still nothing there. Nothing visible. I stepped back instinctively. And as I did, the breathing stopped. Instantly. Silence. Complete. The kind of silence that feels wrong. Like something important just ended. I stared into the cell. Waiting. Listening. Nothing. For a moment, I felt relief. Small, fragile, maybe it was over. Maybe whatever this was had finished. And then, the door moved again. Faster this time. Not wide. Just enough. Like a reaction. Like something inside had shifted suddenly. The breathing returned. But different now. Closer. Right at the gap. Right where my face had been seconds ago. I felt it brush against my cheek. Warm. Slow. Deliberate. I stepped back quickly. My heart racing. My hands shaking. This wasn't in the cell. Not anymore. Or maybe it never was. A quiet thought formed in my mind. Unwelcome. Unavoidable. What if the door wasn't opening to let me see inside? What if it was opening to let something out? The air around me felt tighter, heavier, like the space itself was shrinking. I looked down at the floor. The scratches didn't stop at the doorway. They continued, faint, but there, dragging out into the corridor, leading toward me. I followed them with the light. Slowly, carefully, they stopped, right where I had been standing earlier. At the desk, my chest tightened. That meant whatever had made them had already been outside, before I even noticed, before the door opened, before the breathing changed. I looked back at the cell. The door was wider now, almost fully open, but the inside still looked empty. Too empty, like something important was missing. Something that used to be there, and wasn't anymore. The breathing came again, but not from the cell. From behind me. Soft, close, patient. I didn't turn around. I couldn't, because I finally understood something. The footsteps, the voice, the writing in the notebook, the missing record, the door. It wasn't letting something out. It was showing me something. Something that had already been out. Already been walking. Already been watching. And now, it didn't need the cell anymore. I stood there frozen, listening to that slow breathing behind me, feeling it match my own. Closer, more in sync. And for the first time, I couldn't tell which one of us was breathing first. The wall wasn't supposed to move. I remember leaning against it just for a second. I was tired. It was past midnight and the air in that place felt thick, like breathing through dust. I had been sweeping the same hallway for almost an hour, listening to the soft scrape of the broom against concrete. That's when I felt it shift. Just a little. Not enough to fall, but enough to notice. I froze, my shoulders still pressed against the wall. Slowly I pushed again. This time it gave a little more. A hollow sound came from inside. My hand tightened around the broom handle. That didn't feel right. Walls in a place like that should be solid, cold, dead. Not hollow. I stepped back and stared at it. It looked normal. Same cracked paint, same dull gray surface, nothing special. But now I knew there was space behind it. And suddenly, the silence around me didn't feel empty anymore. It felt like something was being kept quiet. I set the broom aside, took a step closer, then another. My fingers brushed against the edge of the loose section. Rough flacking, like it had been disturbed before, but not recently. I hesitated. For a moment, I thought about walking away, just pretending I didn't notice. But something inside me pushed forward. Curiosity, maybe. Or something else. I pressed my hand against it and pushed harder. The panel shifted with a soft crack. Dust fell from the top, floating slowly through the beam of my flashlight. Then it opened, just enough to see inside. Darkness, but not empty darkness. There was something in there. Shapes, stacked. I crouched down slowly, lowered the light, and that's when I saw them. Letters, dozens of them, packed tightly into a narrow space between the walls. Old envelopes, yellowed, some torn, some still sealed. All hidden. My chest tightened. Why would anyone hide letters like this? I reached in carefully, pulled one out. The paper felt fragile, like it might fall apart in my hands. I turned it over. No stamp, no postmark, just a name written on the front. Sarah, that was it. No last name, no address, nothing else. I frowned. That didn't make sense. How was it supposed to be sent? I flipped it over again. The seal was still intact. Whoever wrote it never mailed it, or never got the chance. A strange feeling crept in. Not fear, not yet, just something off. Like I had stepped into something I wasn't supposed to see. I looked back at the hidden space. There were more, a lot more. Different handwriting, different names, but all the same pattern. No addresses, no stamps, no signs they were ever meant to leave this place. I picked another one. This one felt slightly heavier. I opened it slowly. The paper inside crackled softly. I unfolded it and began to read. I can hear them again tonight. I paused. My eyes scanned the rest. They walk past my door every night, same steps, same pause. My grip tightened slightly. I kept reading. They stop outside my cell. I don't think they can see me, but I can feel them looking. A chill ran down my arms. The handwriting was uneven, like the writer's hand wasn't steady. I swallowed and continued. They told me I would be transferred. They told me I would leave. The next line was pressed harder into the paper. But I'm still here. My heart skipped. I stared at the words. For a moment, everything around me felt quiet. Too quiet. I lowered the letter slowly. That phrase, I had heard it before. Not here. Not in this room. But somewhere else. Somewhere close. I shook my head, trying to focus, trying to stay grounded. This was just a letter. Just an old piece of paper. Nothing more. I folded it carefully, set it aside, then reached for another. This one was already open. The paper inside was creased, worn, like it had been read before. I held it under the light. My name is not in the records anymore. I frowned. That didn't make sense. Why would someone write that? I kept reading. They took my name away. They said it was easier that way. My chest tightened again. They said if no one remembers, then I'm not real. I stopped. My breath felt shallow now. I looked back at the pile of letters, at the hidden space behind the wall. Something about this felt connected. Like these weren't random. Like they were all talking about the same thing. Or the same person. I unfolded the rest of the letter. They come at night. I hear them walking, but when I look, there's no one there. My stomach turned. They stop at my door every time, like they're waiting for me to open it. The words blurred slightly as my hands trembled. But I won't let them see me. A long pause. Then the final line. I think they already have. I lowered the paper slowly. The silence around me felt different now. Heavier, like it was holding something back. I looked toward the hallway, half expecting someone to be standing there, watching, but there was nothing. Just the long, empty corridor. Still, quiet. I exhaled slowly, tried to steady myself. This was just old writing. People in places like this, they say strange things. Isolation does that. Fear does that. I knew that. I told myself that. But something didn't sit right. I looked back at the wall, at the hidden letters, and a new thought formed. If these were never sent, then no one ever read them. No one ever knew. Which meant, whatever the writer was trying to say, was never heard. A soft sound broke my thoughts. Behind me. I turned quickly, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. Nothing, but I was sure I heard something. A faint shuffle, like paper moving. I slowly turned back toward the wall, my breath catching slightly. The letters, they had shifted, just a little. I was sure of it. The top stack wasn't sitting the same way anymore. I stepped closer, my eyes scanning the pile, looking for anything different. That's when I saw it. A letter I hadn't touched before, now sitting on top, out of place. I reached for it slowly, my fingers brushing against the edge. It felt warmer than the others. I pulled it out, turned it over. No name this time, just blank, completely blank. My chest tightened. I opened it carefully. The paper inside was clean, fresh, not yellowed like the others. My hand started to shake. I unfolded it and froze. The handwriting was mine. I stared at it, unable to move, unable to think. The words were simple, clear, written in my own style, my own strokes. I found the letters. My breathing became uneven. I kept reading. They're real. A pause. Then the final line. They know I did. The room felt smaller suddenly, like the walls had moved closer. I looked back at the hidden space, at the dozens of letters still inside, waiting, silent, unsent. And for the first time, I didn't feel like I had discovered something. I felt like something had been waiting for me to find it. A slow, quiet sound came from behind me again, closer this time, like a soft step. I didn't turn, because deep down, I already knew something had changed. I just didn't know yet if I was still alone in that room. I shouldn't have read the next letter. I knew that the moment I touched it. My hands were already shaking, but something inside me kept pushing forward. Like if I stopped now, I would miss something important. Or worse, something would notice I stopped. I picked another envelope from the pile. This one looked older than the rest. The paper was darker, edges curling inward like it had been sitting there for years. I turned it over. No name, no date, just that same empty front. I opened it slowly, carefully. The paper inside felt thinner, fragile. I unfolded it under the flashlight. My brother hasn't done anything yet. I frowned. The sentence felt wrong, like it started in the middle of a thought. I read it again. My brother hasn't done anything yet. A slow unease crept in. I kept reading, but I know he will. My grip tightened slightly. He keeps talking about it, late at night, whispering like someone is listening. The air around me felt heavier. The words didn't feel like memories. They felt early, like warnings. I leaned closer to the page. He says the fire will be quick, that no one will feel anything. My stomach turned. Fire. I flipped the paper over quickly. Nothing else. Just those lines. No ending. No explanation. Just a prediction. I lowered the letter slowly. Something about it didn't sit right. It didn't read like someone describing something that already happened. It felt like something that hadn't happened yet. I looked back at the wall, at the hidden stack. My chest felt tight now. Too tight. I reached for another letter. Faster this time. Like I needed to confirm something. Anything. This one was already torn open. I pulled the paper out. The handwriting was different. Messier. More rushed. I hear them talking about the bridge. I blinked. Bridge? Which bridge? They say it will collapse. Too many cars, too much weight. My breathing slowed. They laugh about it like it's a joke. I felt a strange chill run through me. Not fear. Recognition. But I couldn't place it. I kept reading. They said Tuesday. I froze. Tuesday. That word hit differently. Because today was Tuesday. My heart started beating faster. I looked at the page again. They said it will happen in the morning, when people are rushing. I stepped back slightly. My mind racing now. This didn't make sense. This letter was old. Years old. There was no way. A distant sound cut through the silence. Faint. Muffled. Somewhere outside the building. Like a low rumble. I turned my head toward the hallway. Listening. The sound faded quickly. Gone as fast as it came. I swallowed. Tried to steady myself. This was coincidence. It had to be. Old prison, strange noises, distant traffic. My thoughts were reaching. Stretching for something logical. I looked back at the letter. My eyes moved to the bottom. There was something I missed. A small line. Almost hidden. I hope I'm wrong. The words felt heavy. I lowered the paper slowly. My hands colder now. I looked back at the pile. At all the letters I hadn't read yet. A quiet thought formed. What if they weren't messages? What if they were warnings? I shook my head. No, that didn't make sense. It couldn't. I grabbed another letter. Faster now. Needing answers. This one was sealed. I tore it open without thinking. The paper inside was smoother. Less worn. Like it hadn't been there as long. I unfolded it. And read. There's a man in the city who hasn't been caught yet. My breath caught slightly. He watches people, follows them home. A slow tension built in my chest. He waits for the lights to go off. My grip tightened. He chooses them carefully. My mind started pulling connections. New stories. Things I'd heard. Things I'd ignored. I kept reading. They'll find him eventually, but not before he does it again. I stopped. My heart was beating louder now. I stared at the words, because I knew something about this. Something recent. Something real. I tried to remember. A case. A report. A missing person. It was there, just out of reach. Then it hit me. The news last week. A man arrested. Same pattern. Same details. I felt a cold wave move through me. This letter was describing something that already happened, but it couldn't have. It was old, hidden, forgotten. My hands started shaking harder. I dropped the letter slightly, then caught it again. My breathing uneven now. This wasn't coincidence anymore. This was something else. Something deeper. Something wrong. I looked back at the wall, at the hidden space, at the dozens of letters still inside. Each one untouched. Each one waiting. How many of them said things like this? How many of them came true? A soft sound came from behind me, closer this time, like a foot dragging lightly across the floor. I froze, my entire body stiff. I didn't turn. I couldn't, because I already knew. If I did, I might not be alone anymore. The air shifted slightly, warmer, heavier, just like before. I looked down at the letter in my hand. The words blurred for a second, my eyes refocusing. And that's when I noticed something new, something that hadn't been there before. At the bottom of the page, a fresh line, darker ink, sharper, like it had just been written. My breath caught. I leaned closer, reading slowly. You're reading them now. My heart dropped. The room felt smaller instantly. My chest tightening. I stared at the words, trying to process, trying to understand. But deep down, I already did. I turned the page over. Nothing. Blank. I flipped it back. The line was still there. Clear. Real. My hands trembled. Because that meant these letters weren't just old. They weren't just warnings. They were updating, watching, responding. A quiet realization settled in. Heavy, unavoidable. This wasn't about the past. This wasn't about forgotten messages. This was happening now. With me. I slowly looked back at the wall, at the hidden stack, and for the first time, I noticed something I hadn't before. There were more letters than before. The space looked fuller, like something had been added. Recently, a soft breath brushed past my ear, so close it made my skin tighten. I didn't turn. I couldn't, because I knew if something was close enough to breathe on me, then it was close enough to see me. A quiet whisper followed. Barely there. You read them too soon. My stomach dropped. My grip tightened on the paper. And in that moment, I understood something that made everything worse. These letters weren't meant to be found. Not yet. And now that I had, I wasn't just reading them anymore. I was part of them. The thought settled deep. Cold. Uncomfortable. Because if the letters described what was going to happen, then somewhere, in one of these pages, there was already a letter. About me. I didn't want to look for it. That was the strange part. I knew it was there. Somewhere in that wall, buried between all those letters, there was one meant for me. And still I hesitated, because as long as I didn't find it, nothing was certain, nothing was real. But the moment I did, whatever was written inside would become something I couldn't ignore. My hands hovered over the stack. The air felt warmer now, thicker, like the room was closing in slowly, inch by inch. I swallowed, then reached in. The letters shifted under my fingers. Soft, dry, too many. I pulled one out. Then another. My movements faster now, more desperate. Every envelope looked the same. No names, no stamps, no clues. Just waiting, waiting for me to choose. A quiet thought crept in. What if it chooses me? I stopped, my hand still buried inside the wall. And then I felt it. One letter. Different. Not colder. Not heavier. Just still. Like it wasn't part of the others. I pulled it out slowly, my fingers tightening around it. The paper felt smoother. Newer. I didn't even have to turn it over to know. But I did anyway. My breath caught. My name. Written clearly. In my handwriting. Every letter exactly how I write it. Same pressure. Same slant. Same spacing. I stared at it, my mind trying to reject what I was seeing. Trying to find something wrong. A mistake. A difference. But there wasn't one. It was mine. Completely. My throat went dry. I flipped the envelope over, my hands shaking now. And that's when I saw the date. Tomorrow. Not today. Not yesterday. Tomorrow. My chest tightened so hard it hurt. I looked back at the wall, at the dozens of other letters still inside. How many of them had dates like this? How many of them were written before anything happened? I looked back at my name. Still there. Still real. I didn't remember writing this. I knew that for sure. But that didn't make it impossible. That's what scared me. It felt like something I could have written. Something I might write. My fingers slowly peeled the envelope open. Carefully, like I was afraid the words inside might disappear if I moved too fast. The paper slid out easily. Too easily. I unfolded it, my breathing shallow now. And I read. I didn't think it would feel like this. I paused. The words felt familiar. Too familiar. Like a thought I'd had before, but couldn't place. I kept reading. The air feels heavier when you know. My chest tightened. I looked around the room instinctively. At the walls. At the doorway. At the darkness pressing in from every side. Then back to the page. I thought I could ignore it. A small shake ran through my hands. I thought if I didn't read it, it wouldn't matter. My stomach dropped, because that was exactly what I had just been thinking. Moments ago, word for word. I stepped back slowly, my eyes still locked on the paper. How did? I stopped myself. The answer didn't matter. Not anymore. I kept reading. But it doesn't work like that. The next line was pressed deeper. Harder. Like I had written it with force. It already started. A soft sound came from the hallway. A slow step. Dragging slightly. Closer. I froze. My entire body stiff. The paper trembling in my hand. I didn't turn. Not yet. I kept reading. You'll hear it again soon. My heart started racing. Because I already could. Faint. Soft. Footsteps. Same pattern. Same distance. Coming closer. I swallowed hard. My eyes moved to the next line. They won't stop this time. The footsteps didn't pause anymore. They kept moving. Slow. Steady. Closer. My breath became uneven. I forced myself to read faster. You'll think it's behind you. My stomach turned. Because I already felt it. That same presence. that same warmth pressing against my back. I didn't turn. I couldn't. My eyes dropped to the next line. But it's not. The footsteps stopped. Right behind me. Silence. Heavy. Complete. My hands were shaking badly now. The paper crinkling softly. I didn't want to read the next part. But I had to. You'll turn around. My throat tightened. No matter what you tell yourself, you'll turn. My body felt frozen, caught between two choices. Stay still, or do exactly what the letter said. A small part of me wanted to fight it, to prove it wrong. But something deeper, something quieter, was already pulling me. Slowly, I felt my head begin to move. Just a little, just enough to look over my shoulder. And in that moment, I understood something that made everything worse. This wasn't a prediction. This wasn't a warning. This was a memory, a record of something that had already happened. I snapped my eyes back to the paper, refusing to turn, refusing to follow it. My breathing sharp now, controlled, barely. I looked at the next line. It was different, messier, like it had been written in a hurry. When you see it, don't trust what it looks like. My heart slammed harder. See what? I forced myself to keep going. It won't look wrong. The silence behind me felt thicker now. Closer. It will look like something you understand. My grip tightened on the paper. The words blurred slightly. It will look like you. Everything inside me went still. Completely still. The room felt like it dropped away. My thoughts slowing. My breath caught somewhere between in and out. No, that didn't make sense. It couldn't. I shook my head slightly, trying to break the feeling, trying to stay grounded. But the last line pulled me back in. By the time you realize, it's already in your place. A soft breath touched the back of my neck. Warm, slow, matching mine. I couldn't stop it anymore. My head turned, slowly, carefully, like something inside me needed to see. Needed confirmation. The hallway behind me was empty. For a second, relief washed over me. Small, fragile, but real. Nothing there. Nothing at all. I exhaled, a shaky breath, my shoulders relaxing slightly. Maybe, just maybe, I had stopped it. Maybe reading the letter had changed something. I looked back down at the page. The words still there, still real, but something else had changed. A new line. At the bottom, fresh, darker than the rest. My hands trembled as I read it. You turned too late. My chest tightened again, confusion flooding in. Too late for what? I looked up, slowly, back toward the hallway, and that's when I noticed it. Something small, something wrong. The desk near the entrance, my bag, my jacket, they were still there, exactly where I left them. But the chair was different, slightly turned, like someone had just stood up from it. My heart dropped, because I hadn't been there. I hadn't moved it. I looked down at my hands, still holding the letter, still shaking. Then slowly, I raised my head again. And this time, I didn't look at the hallway. I looked at the reflection, a small cracked mirror on the far wall, barely noticeable before. But now, I couldn't look away. because the person standing there wasn't holding a letter, wasn't shaking, wasn't even breathing the same way. It was just standing, still, watching me, with my face, my eyes, my shape, but something inside it felt empty, wrong, like it had learned me, but didn't understand me. My breath caught. I slowly lifted my hand. The reflection followed. Perfectly, too perfectly. I lowered it again. Still the same, still normal. And yet, something was off. Something small. Something I couldn't explain. Then I saw it. The delay. Barely there. But real. A fraction of a second. Too slow. My heart started racing again. Because that meant it wasn't me. Not fully. And as I stood there, staring at it, the reflection smiled. Just slightly. Before I did, I knew something was wrong with him the first night, because he never blinked. Not once. I stood outside the glass, watching him sit on the edge of that narrow bed, his back straight, his hands resting on his knees like he was waiting for something. Most inmates move. They pace. They lie down. They scratch, cough, shift, anything. But him, nothing, just still, eyes open, looking forward. At first, I thought he was staring at the wall. But then I realized he was staring at the reflection. At me. That was the first thing that made my stomach tighten. Because the angle didn't make sense. The glass was one way. From inside, he should have only seen himself. Not me. Not the hallway behind me. Not the light. And yet his eyes tracked me. Slowly. Precisely. When I stepped left, his gaze followed. When I stepped right, same thing. No delay. No confusion. Just awareness. I told myself it was coincidence. Some kind of trick of the light. But deep down, I knew it was. That was my first shift in isolation wing. They didn't give me much information. Just a short file. Thin. Too thin. Inmate requires observation. That's all it said. No name. No history. No charges. Nothing. Just a number. And even that felt temporary. Like it didn't belong to him. The officer who handed me the file didn't meet my eyes. He just said, "Don't engage." Then walked away. No explanation. No warning. Just those two words. Don't engage. I remember thinking it was strange. But not enough to question it. Not yet. I had worked in places like this before. Isolation units always felt different. Quieter. Heavier. Like the walls were holding something in. But this one felt worse. The lights didn't flicker. They didn't hum. They just stayed on. Cold. Steady. Watching. Just like him. I checked the clock. 2:13 a.m. He hadn't moved. Not once. I leaned closer to the glass, trying to catch something small. A blink. A twitch. Anything. But there was nothing. His chest rose slowly. Then fell. Breathing. Steady. Controlled. Too controlled. Like he was doing it on purpose. Like he was aware of being watched and adjusting. I stepped back. My throat felt dry. I picked up the clipboard. Pretended to write something. Just to break the feeling. But my eyes kept drifting back to him. Still there. Still sitting. Still watching, a quiet thought slipped in. How long had he been like this? I flipped through the file again. Nothing new. No intake time. No transfer record. Just that single line. Inmate requires observation. Observation for what? I looked back at him. His eyes hadn't moved. Still locked on the glass. Still locked on me. I felt something shift inside me. Not fear. Not yet. Just discomfort. Like I was the one being studied. Not him. I cleared my throat. Softly, just to hear a sound. The silence in that wing was too clean. Too complete. He didn't react. Didn't blink. Didn't move. But something changed. Subtle. Barely there. His head tilted just slightly. Like he was listening. Not to the sound I made, but to something else. Something I couldn't hear. My grip tightened on the clipboard. I waited. Nothing else happened. The moment passed, or at least it felt like it did. I exhaled slowly. Tried to relax. Maybe this was normal. Some inmates shut down. Go quiet. Go still. It happens, but not like this. Not this controlled. I checked the camera feed on the small monitor beside me. Same view. Same angle. Same still figure. But something felt off. I leaned closer to the screen. Studied it carefully. And that's when I saw it. A slight delay. Not in him. In the feed. When I shifted my weight, the image lagged. Just a fraction. But enough. I frowned. That didn't make sense. The system was wired. No reason for delay. I moved again. Slowly. Watched the screen. There it was again. That tiny pause. Like the camera wasn't showing real time. Like it was showing something just behind it. I looked back at the glass. At him. No delay there. Just direct. Immediate. Watching. I felt a chill run through me. I stepped closer again, ignoring the voice in my head telling me not to. His eyes followed instantly. Precise. Focused. Too focused. I raised my hand. Just a little. The reflection in the glass moved with me. But his eyes didn't follow my hand. They stayed locked on my face. Like he didn't care about movement. Only me. I lowered my hand slowly. My breathing shallow now. Something about this felt wrong. Deeply wrong. I glanced back at the monitor again. And this time, the image wasn't the same. The bed was empty. I blinked. Looked back at the glass. He was still there. Still sitting. Still watching. I looked back at the screen. Empty. Completely empty. My chest tightened. I leaned closer to the monitor. Tapped the side. The image flickered slightly. Then returned. Still empty. No inmate. No movement. Nothing. I felt a cold wave move through me. Slow. Heavy. I turned back to the glass. He hadn't moved. Still in the same position. Still staring. But now, it felt different. Because I knew something. The camera couldn't see him. Only me. I stepped back slowly. My mind trying to catch up. Trying to make sense of it. Maybe the camera was broken. Maybe. No. That didn't explain the delay. That didn't explain the stillness. That didn't explain his eyes. A soft sound came from inside the cell. I froze. He hadn't moved, but the sound was real. A faint shift, like fabric brushing against metal. I stared harder, trying to see, trying to catch something, anything. And then I noticed it. His chest. It wasn't rising anymore. It had stopped. No breath in, no breath out. Just still, completely still. But his eyes, still watching. My throat tightened. I stepped closer to the glass again. Slowly, carefully, my heart beating louder now. I leaned in, close enough to see the smallest details. The slight shine in his eyes, the faint lines in his skin. And then I realized something that made my stomach drop. He wasn't breathing, but I was hearing breathing. Soft, steady, close. I froze, because it wasn't coming from inside the cell. It was coming from behind me. I didn't turn. I couldn't, because deep down, I already knew. If I did, I wouldn't be watching him anymore. Something else would be watching me. The lights didn't go out all at once. They faded, slowly, like something was dimming them on purpose. I remember looking up at the ceiling when it started, watching that cold white glow lose its strength, inch by inch, until the room felt softer. Not darker, just wrong. I checked the panel beside me. No alert, no system warning, nothing. Everything showed normal, but the light kept fading. Inside the cell, he didn't move. Still sitting on the edge of the bed, still facing forward, still watching. That part hadn't changed. And that was the problem, because as the room got darker, his eyes didn't. They stayed clear, focused, like the dark didn't touch them. I stepped closer to the glass. My reflection started to fade as the light dropped, but his face stayed visible. That didn't make sense. I leaned in slightly, trying to see better, trying to understand what I was looking at. His pupils didn't widen, didn't react. They just stayed the same, fixed, locked on me. The light dipped lower. Now the corners of the cell were gone, swallowed. Only the center remained. The bed, the wall, and him. I felt something tighten in my chest. This wasn't a power issue. This was selective, controlled, like the darkness knew exactly where to stop. I reached for my flashlight, clicked it on. The beam cut through the dimness. Sharp, clean. I pointed it directly at him. For a moment, everything felt normal again. Concrete, metal, a man sitting on a bed. Still, quiet, watching. I exhaled slowly. Relief. Small, fragile. Maybe I was overthinking it. Maybe this place just played tricks. The light flickered, just once, then steadied. But something had changed. His eyes, they were closer. I froze. My grip tightened on the flashlight. He hadn't moved. I was sure of that. His body was in the same position, same posture, same stillness. But his eyes, they felt closer, like the distance between us had shifted. I stepped back slightly. The beam shook, my breathing uneven. No, that wasn't possible. I was imagining it. I had to be. I steadied the light, focused again. His face, same as before, Same distance, same expression. Blank, empty, watching. I swallowed, tried to relax, but something inside me didn't settle. Something stayed tight, uncomfortable. The overhead light dipped again. Lower now, almost gone. Only the flashlight remained, and even that felt weaker, like it wasn't pushing the darkness back as far as it should. I turned slightly, shined it into the hallway. The beam didn't travel far. It stopped early, like something was absorbing it. I turned back to the cell, and that's when I noticed something new. The reflection in the glass. It was clearer now, stronger, even though the light was fading. That didn't make sense. Reflections need light, but this one felt like it was building on its own. I looked at myself, my face, my eyes, but something was off. A delay, barely there, but real. I moved my head. The reflection followed, but just a fraction too late. My heart started beating faster. I stared harder, trying to confirm it, trying to catch it again. And then I saw it. The reflection blinked. I didn't. My breath caught. I froze completely. Every muscle locked. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I just watched. My reflection stared back, eyes open, still, but I knew what I saw. I knew it. I slowly raised my hand. The reflection followed. Perfect, too perfect, like it was correcting itself, like it knew I was watching for mistakes. I lowered my hand. The reflection did the same. This time, no delay, no blink, nothing wrong. And yet, the feeling didn't leave, because I knew something had slipped. Something had shown itself. Even for a second, I forced my eyes away from the glass, back to him, inside the cell, still there, still sitting, still staring. The darkness around him had grown deeper now, swallowing more of the room. But his eyes, still clear, still visible, like two small points of light. Watching, waiting. I leaned closer again, the flashlight beam narrowing, focusing on his face. And that's when I noticed it. His eyelids, they hadn't moved. Not once. Not since I got here. Not since the light started fading. Not even when I shined the light directly at him. No reaction. No blink. Nothing. My throat tightened. I whispered softly. Blink. The word felt strange in the silence. Too loud. Too alive. He didn't move. Didn't react. Just kept staring. I swallowed again. Tried once more. Blink. Nothing. The air felt thicker now. Harder to breathe. I stepped closer, almost touching the glass. My face inches away. The flashlight trembling slightly in my hand. Just blink, I whispered. This time, something changed. Not movement. Not sound, just a shift. Subtle, deeper. His gaze felt sharper, more focused, like he heard me, like he understood. But still, no blink. And then, I realized something worse. I couldn't remember the last time I blinked either. My eyes felt dry, strained, but I hadn't blinked. Not once. Not since I noticed him. My chest tightened. I tried to blink. Forced it. My eyelids moved, slow, heavy, like they didn't want to close. When they did, it felt wrong, like I had lost something, like I had missed something important. I opened them quickly, looked back at him, still there, still watching, unchanged. But now, I understood something. He wasn't refusing to blink. He didn't need to. A soft sound came from behind me, a faint shift, like someone adjusting their stance. I froze, my entire body locking again. I didn't turn, because I already knew. If I did, I wouldn't be looking at an empty hallway. The breathing returned, soft, close, right behind me, matching mine, slow, controlled. I stared at him, inside the cell, at his unmoving chest, at his still body. And then, I realized the truth. The breathing I was hearing wasn't his. It never was. I felt something move closer, just behind my shoulder, close enough to feel the warmth, close enough to feel the presence. And then, very softly, a whisper, "You're learning." My heart pounded, loud, heavy. I didn't respond. I couldn't, because my focus was still on him, inside the cell. And something about him had changed. Not his position, not his expression, just his eyes. They weren't looking at me anymore. They were looking past me, at something behind me, something closer, something that had been standing there longer than I had. And as I stood there, trying not to turn, trying not to react, I noticed something else. My reflection in the glass was still staring at him, even though I was. I felt it first in the quiet, the kind of quiet that presses against your ears, folds your thoughts in on themselves. At first I thought it was just the pipes, old prison pipes groaning, but it wasn't mechanical. It was softer, almost deliberate. I've heard my name. Not shouted, not called, just breathed. Kashif. The sound curled around my skull like smoke. I froze, thinking it was a stray thought escaping my mind. Then it repeated, this time from the next cell over. I turned slowly. The corridor was empty, dim light pooling in patches across the concrete floor. I checked the other guards. They were at their posts, staring at the walls like they always did. Nothing out of place, nothing they could hear. But the prisoners, they reacted. A few sat up suddenly, eyes wide, scanning the dark corners, and I realized they were hearing it too. I tried to tell myself it was coincidence, that maybe one of them muttered my name and I imagined it. But then the whispers started to change. They matched my thoughts. I could think one word and it would float from the walls, cold. It rolled off the peeling paint. Wrong, my stomach tightened. The words weren't random, they were precise. I glanced down the corridor. Prisoners huddled in their bunks, whispering the same things I thought, but louder, more fragmented. Like my own mental fragments had been copied into their minds. I wanted to run. My legs didn't obey. My chest ached. I tried to focus on breathing, but every inhale carried the sound closer, sharper, pressing into my skull. I whispered a question under my breath. Why? And the walls answered almost immediately. Because you listen. I snapped my head around. Empty. Nothing. Just the flickering light overhead, buzzing in a lazy rhythm that matched the thrum in my temples. The other prisoners stared at me now. Some pointed. Some shook their heads, terrified. Some just froze as if waiting for permission to scream. I didn't understand. How could they hear my thoughts? I had no idea this was happening until now. I backed into the wall, sliding along the concrete. The whispers grew louder, echoing every doubt I had, every fear I tried to suppress. You shouldn't be here. They're listening. You're alone. And yet, the moment I tried to shut them out, I felt a weight pressing into my shoulders. Someone, or something, was leaning closer, closer than air should allow. I looked around, searching for the source. Empty hall, empty cells, only shadows longer than light stretching toward me like hands. Then came the first touch. Not physical, a flicker across my mind, a pulse, kashif. It came from my thoughts, not mine, I knew. I stumbled back, nearly hitting the metal railing. Every step echoed louder than it should. I blinked, focused, and saw them, the prisoners. Every one of them staring at the walls, whispering words I hadn't spoken aloud yet. Words I hadn't even finished thinking. It was contagious. I realized, panic, that if I thought it, they would hear it. If I wanted it to stop, it would spread. My mind had become the conduit. I tried to concentrate on something innocuous. Light, a small, simple word, but the walls rejected it. Instead, they offered fear. I dropped to my knees, pressed my hands to my ears, tried to force it out of my mind, tried to push it away. And then a new layer started. A rhythm, a chorus. The whispers were no longer just my thoughts. They were answering each other, weaving into my sentences before I could finish them. Why are you here? Because you came. We always come. You cannot hide. I wanted to scream, but no sound would come. My throat locked. My chest felt hollow. And through that hollow, I heard the prisoners' whispers become one. Not loud, not coherent, but undeniably theirs. My thoughts no longer belonged to me. I crawled toward the far wall, hopping to reach the control room to find a guard, anyone. But every step I took was mirrored in the whispers. Every heartbeat, counted, repeated, multiplied. Then the first clear sentence. Not mine, not theirs, but from the walls themselves. You think this is fear. The corridor dimmed further. The flickering lights became shadows. Shapes that weren't shadows moved at the edge of my vision. I tried to focus on one, only to see it dissolve into dozens of smaller, darker shapes. One prisoner, Rahim, a quiet kid in cell 7, suddenly screamed. Not loud, just a shriek of recognition. He pointed directly at me. His lips moved, but I couldn't hear words. Then the whispers joined him. I heard my own name clear as day through him. I fell backward, heart hammering. My flashlight hit the floor. Its beam tilted across the walls, revealing cracks I'd never seen before. Tiny fissures, as if the prison itself was whispering, leaking the sound into the hallways. I scrambled to pick it up, focused the beam on one crack, and saw something shapes, not human but not entirely shadow. They swirled inside the cracks, moving against the concrete, pulsating. Every pulse matched the whispers. Every pulse seemed alive, aware. I realized then that the prisoners weren't the source. They were receivers. My thoughts had opened a channel. I was the signal, and the walls they were listening to. I whispered a prayer. The word was stolen almost immediately, curling back into the hall, echoed by dozens of voices I didn't recognize as human or prisoner. Then silence. Not peace, not relief, just an emptiness that felt heavier than the noise had been. I dared to breathe, one long shuddering exhale. The shapes retreated slightly. The whispers stopped for a heartbeat. But I knew it was temporary. I could feel the walls pulsing again, tiny vibrations through the floor, waiting, testing, reading me. I looked at the prisoners, all of them still staring at the walls, eyes wide, some whispering, some frozen, some smiling faintly, unnaturally. I wanted to speak, to warn them, but the moment I opened my mouth, a whisper formed. It wasn't mine, not theirs, but it answered something I hadn't even thought. Don't look away. I forced my gaze down the corridor. The shapes in the cracks were still there, darker than shadow, sharper than thought. They were watching, learning, waiting. And I understood. The walls didn't just hear thoughts. They reflected them, twisted them, gave them life. I realized then that even my silence was a signal. Every thought I fought to hide, it would still travel, whispered through concrete and metal, through prisoners and shadows alike. I pressed my palms against the cold wall, tried to steady myself, tried to force the thoughts to vanish, tried to convince myself this was impossible. But the moment I touched the wall, I felt it hum, beneath my fingertips, beneath the prison itself, beneath reality. A soft whisper slid across my skin, "We are patient." And I knew without doubt the voices weren't done. They were only beginning. Even as I backed away, even as I forced my body to move, even as I forced my eyes to the ceiling, the whispers followed, matching my thoughts, breathing my fears, growing stronger. And I realized the prisoners weren't the only ones listening. I was. And somehow the walls knew. I noticed it first in the early hours. My bed felt wrong. The sheets prickled against my skin like static, the darkness too thick, too heavy. I closed my eyes, willing myself to drift, and nothing. Just that hollow, endless quiet. My heart beat in the silence like a hammer against glass. At first I thought it was stress. Nightmares maybe, that would pass, but it didn't. Night after night I couldn't sleep, not a wink. And with every hour the darkness stretched longer, the air thicker, I started to feel him. At first it was a shadow at the edge of vision, a flicker when I blinked. I'd look and he'd be gone. Just the corner of the room, just the lamp, just the same peeling paint. Then I started seeing him elsewhere. In the corridor when I went for coffee. In the kitchen, standing still, watching me through the frosted glass. Always the same figure, silent, motionless, eyes that never blinked. I told myself it was exhaustion, that the lack of sleep was creating hallucinations. But when I blinked, he didn't vanish. He was there when I closed my eyes. He was there when I opened them. I tried counting, tried logic, tried reasoning, the old guard methods, hours, minutes, seconds, but the numbers didn't matter. He was there. And then I started noticing the small details, the way the light bent around him, the slight tremor in the air near him, the way the shadows pooled differently. I thought it would stop. I told myself it was me, the mind fraying at the edges. But then I saw him in the cafeteria, among the other prisoners, standing behind a group just staring at nothing. No one else noticed. And he smiled. Not a normal smile. A thin, sharp line that didn't belong to anyone living. I avoided the guards, avoided the other prisoners. I didn't want anyone to notice that I was losing it. But it wasn't just the prison anymore. He appeared outside, on the street, reflected in the window when I walked past the empty shops. I started carrying a flashlight everywhere. I shined it into corners, into alleys, into the darkened rooms. But the moment the beam hit him, he was gone. Just the memory of shape, the echo of something human twisted wrong. My body began to betray me. Sleep deprivation made my hands shake. My thoughts looped, stuck on small obsessions. The way he tilted his head, the unblinking stare. I wrote it down, tried to catalog it. But the words blurred into each other. Each night, the sightings multiplied. I started seeing him in reflections I shouldn't. In my own eyes, in the chrome of the sink, in puddles of water. Always closer, always watching. Then came the whispers. Not voices, not words. Just a vibration, a hum that matched the rhythm of my thoughts. When I tried to ignore it, it amplified. When I tried to sleep, it pulsed through my skull. I realized something terrifying. He wasn't just appearing. He was following the pattern of my exhaustion, feeding off it. Each sleepless night gave him more presence, more substance. And I couldn't fight it. I couldn't sleep. Not now, not ever, it seemed. One morning, I woke in the corridor. I had no memory of leaving my room. The fluorescent lights flickered. I could feel him nearby. I wasn't alone. He had been walking with me, watching me, always just outside the edges of perception. I tried to talk to the guards, tried to report it, but the words stuck in my throat. What could I say? That the prisoner who never slept, never blinked, was everywhere, and now he was following me beyond the cells. The fear changed then. Not sudden, not explosive, but slow, sinking. My reflection in the bathroom mirror looked like mine, but wrong, shadowed differently, eyes too dark, and in the background I saw him again, smiling, silent, waiting. I stopped leaving my room. I stopped moving. The walls themselves felt tighter, pressing in as though he had expanded beyond his cage. Every object in the room seemed to carry his presence. The chair I slept in, the table, the lamp. He had touched it all just by existing. I tried to close my eyes, even briefly, and when I did, I saw not darkness, but him, floating in the corner, just watching, waiting for the moment I opened them again. Sleep became a weapon I couldn't wield. I felt my body breaking, mind unraveling, sanity folding like paper. I wondered if anyone else noticed, if anyone else could see him, or if I was alone in knowing he had crossed from his cell to my life. I started leaving notes, scraps of paper, trying to convince myself it was just observation, documentation. But the words twisted when I reread them. Lines I hadn't written yet appeared. I am here, always watching. I realized with a chill I couldn't shake that this wasn't hallucination. Not entirely. He had moved beyond the prison. He had followed me. My thoughts, my exhaustion, my fears, they were now the roads he traveled. I stopped trying to sleep. There was no rest, no relief, only him, in every corner, in every reflection, behind every shadow, and the whispers, soft, patient, telling me I had nowhere to hide. I can't tell you when the first real scream left my lips. It might have been silent, trapped inside my mind. The walls of my own perception had become the prison, and he was the warden. Every night I wait, not for sleep, not for him to vanish, but for a moment of pause, 1 second where I might see him, understand him, survive him. But the moment never comes. I feel him now here behind my eyes just as I write this, smiling, waiting, always waiting. And I know the moment I close my eyes, even for a blink, he will be closer. I found it wedged behind the shelf, dusty, unlabeled, like it had been hiding for decades. The tape hissed when I held it up to the light, its plastic shell scratched and faded. I didn't recognize it at first, but the room, the execution chamber archive, smelled of rust, old cement, and fear. It was the kind of silence that presses against your ears. Even the hum of the fluorescent lights felt wrong, like it was trying not to disturb something. I slid the cassette into the old player on the metal table, the kind that clicks and whirs as it springs to life. The first sound wasn't a voice. It was a shuffle, barely audible, footsteps, slow, deliberate, and uncomfortably close. I froze, the kind of freeze where your whole body seems to vanish except your heart hammering in the chest. Then the voice came, low, flat, calm, almost bored. Is this really necessary? I jerked, spinning toward the shelves, the chairs, the corners of the room. No one, just me. And the tape looping in that whirring, mechanical rhythm. The voice continued, not like a recording exactly, more like it was there behind the tape, breathing in the walls. Do you feel it? The waiting. The hairs on my neck stood. I leaned closer. The tape hissed, faint at first, then louder, like it was growing impatient with my hesitation. It described the chamber, the straps, the clamps, the room where the condemned sat, names I didn't recognize, dates that didn't make sense. The strangest part was how real it felt. Too real. Like I could feel the cold steel bite into my skin, the echo of the lever, the low groan of the floorboards. The tape never paused, never faltered, and the voice never blinked, never hesitated. I told myself it was an old recording, an archive nobody logged properly. That explained the dust, the shelf. That explained some of it, but not the way the words seemed to respond to me, not the way they shifted when I thought about touching the cassette. It's impossible, and yet I felt watched. There was a point where the voice stopped describing history and started describing the room I was in. I swear it listed every detail. The flickering light above the player, the crooked shelf, the empty chairs around me. My hands, my breathing. I tried ejecting the tape. Nothing. The button clicked, the whirring went on, the voice unaffected. I slammed the player, unplugged it. Still, silence, but heavier, like the tape had seeped into the walls, into the air, into me. I walked to the door, it wouldn't open. The handle turned, but the lock didn't budge. I swear, the shadows in the corners of the archive shifted, just slightly, but enough. And then it whispered my name, soft, patient, not from the tape, from somewhere else, behind the walls, under the concrete in my skull. Do you want to know what happens next? I swallowed hard, tried to stay calm, tried to reason. It's a tape, a recording. There's nothing alive here, but my mind, the logical part of me, was running in circles. It wasn't just fear, it was recognition, like it knew the moment I first picked up the tape. The tape continued, a voice describing a moment before an execution, someone's last thoughts, their last words. And then it said something I could not ignore, something not in any archive. You will see it soon. You already have. I spun around, expecting someone, anyone, but the room was empty. The player sat quietly, screen dark, but the air hummed with a tension I could not name. I felt the walls close in. Shadows pooled around corners that didn't exist before. A sense of being trapped in a moment that was not mine. And that's when I realized the tape wasn't just a recording. It was a map. It knew me, my fears, my movements, my silence. I wanted to throw it, smash it, bury it. But I couldn't. Not yet. Part of me wanted to know what came next. And then the whisper returned, this time from the player, though I had unplugged it. You shouldn't have pressed play, but now you can't leave. I tried running, tried opening the door again. The key wouldn't turn. The lights flickered, and for a second the shadow in the corner looked human, like a figure crouched low, waiting, watching, smiling. I didn't sleep that night. Couldn't. Even when I closed my eyes, the voice played in my mind, recounting steps, breaths, waiting, always near. In the morning, I found a note on the table. I hadn't written it, didn't even see it appear. The words were simple, "You're next." I backed away. The tape lay there silent, like it had never moved. The player, old and unremarkable, hummed faintly, as if it had been awake the whole time. I wanted to tell someone, anyone, but even the thought of moving past the archive felt dangerous. The tape had marked me. It had chosen me. And every instinct screamed that I wouldn't be able to escape it. Not the player, not the whispers, not the weight of knowing. Even now I feel it. Behind me, in the hum of the air conditioning, in the shadows that shift when I look away, in the silence when I try to think. The tape waits, always. And the voice, patient, unwavering, counting down, watching and whispering. I don't know what happens next. I only know that once you press play, there's no pause, no rewind, only the next step. And I can't stop it from moving forward. I can't stop it from knowing me. And I know somehow it will speak to me again, closer, sharper, until I understand what it wants. Or until I become just another recording, hiding on some shelf, waiting for the next person curious enough to press play. I slid the tape into the player again, though I told myself I wouldn't. The moment I pressed play, the hum of the machine seemed louder, sharper, like it was straining to breathe. The first few seconds were normal, shuffling, the clink of metal straps, but then it didn't stop. It kept going past the official timestamp of the execution. The guards' voices, the condemned's last words, the lever, all stretched into something wrong. Slower, louder. Every creak of the floor felt like it belonged to me. I pressed stop. Nothing. The room stayed quiet, but the silence was heavier now. You could feel it pressing against your skull. I tried reasoning. Maybe the tape was old, the timing off. But the sense of wrongness didn't care about logic. Then the whispers started. Not from the tape, from somewhere else. Behind the walls, low and constant, like someone breathing just beyond reach. They repeated words from the recording, but twisted them. Names I didn't know. Events that hadn't happened. I ran my hand across the player. Cold, empty. The shadows in the corners of the archive seemed to pulse with it, moving just out of the corner of my eye. And the voices, they weren't following a pattern. Sometimes urgent, sometimes slow, sometimes silent except for the feeling of being watched. I thought about leaving, swore I would. But every time I reached the door, the whispers grew louder, impatient, calling me back. They knew I was thinking about leaving before I even moved. I realized I wasn't just listening. I was inside the recording now, trapped in its stretch of time. Every clink of metal, every sigh of the condemned, every cold floorboard, it was around me. Not a tape, a space, a moment that wouldn't end. The air grew thicker. My chest tightened with every breath. My own heartbeat sounded foreign, wrong. The player clicked on by itself once, twice. The hiss of the tape was sharper, like teeth scraping metal. I pressed my hands to my ears, tried to shut it out, but the whispers didn't stop. They threaded through my thoughts, repeated my fears in voices not my own. I could hear my own name somewhere, but stretched and hollow, as if the recording had swallowed it and spat it back differently. Hours or maybe seconds passed, I couldn't tell. The room darkened even though the lights were on. Shadows gathered near the shelves, deep black pools that crept along the floor. And there in the darkest corner, the faint outline of a figure crouched, watching, waiting. The tape shifted. The condemned's words echoed differently now. "It isn't over," the voice said, not from the machine, from somewhere inside the walls, inside me. "It never ends." I backed away. Every step made the shadows twitch like ripples in water. The whispers mirrored my own thoughts, repeating every doubt, every fear, every choice I hadn't made. They knew me. I stumbled over a chair. The voices grew louder, overlapping. It was no longer a tape. It was a room that listened, a machine that remembered, a moment that refused to die. And somewhere in that darkness, it waited for me to understand why. I wanted to leave, but the door wouldn't turn. The handle felt welded to my hand. My pulse thrummed in my ears, syncing with the distorted rhythm of the recording. The whispers changed, not just repeating but suggesting. "Do you want to know what happens next?" they asked. My skin crawled. I didn't. I wanted to run. But curiosity, that small, awful spark, pulled me forward. Then a new voice joined, one I recognized, my own, reading the words I had whispered aloud minutes or hours before, but dated tomorrow, not yet spoken, not yet thought, and somehow it was already inside the room. I pressed my eyes shut, tried to convince myself it was a trick of the mind, exhaustion, paranoia. But when I opened them, the figure in the corner was closer, watching, patient, silent, and the tape, it wasn't even in the player anymore. The room had grown smaller. Shadows became walls. Whispers became language. Shapes formed faces I hadn't seen, and everyone stared at me with that same calm certainty the condemned had in their final moments. The tape had ended, but the execution continued. I could feel it in my bones. The machine, the walls, the air, they were all one thing now. One long, continuous moment of waiting, watching, and remembering. And I was the next part. I wanted to scream, but sound itself seemed trapped. Even my thoughts echoed, repeated, and warped into whispers that weren't mine. The tape had claimed the room, claimed the time, claimed me. I crouched to the floor, tried to make myself small, tried to hide in the corners where shadows pooled, tried to convince myself the figure was just imagination. But imagination doesn't echo back your own voice in the future, doesn't reach into your chest and squeeze, doesn't twist the air into something you can't breathe through. The whispers grew patient again, soft now, suggestive. They told me to listen, to watch, to understand, and I did. I couldn't stop, I had to. Hours, or was it minutes, later I saw the first movement in the shadows. Slow, deliberate, not human, not entirely, but alive enough to make my skin crawl. The tape had ended, but its world hadn't. And I knew instinctively that it would not end until it had completed the story, and I was part of it. I don't know how long I stayed there. Couldn't tell night from day. Couldn't distinguish the whispers from my own thoughts. And somewhere in the corner, that figure crouched still, closer than before, patient. waiting for me to understand what the tape had always promised. Some moments don't die, they just wait. And I know now, with a cold certainty, that I won't leave this room unchanged. The voices after the silence will follow me. They will wait in the walls, in the machines, in my own mind. And one day, I will speak them aloud. Until then, the execution continues. I slid the tape into the player again, but this time I didn't press play. I could feel it waiting, humming beneath my fingertips like it knew I'd come back. And I had, always had. There was something about that unmarked tape, something that didn't belong in time. The hiss started immediately, softer than before, like a secret. Then it spoke. My name, clear, slow. Kashif. The room shifted. Not physically, but in a way I could feel in my chest. The air felt heavier, tighter, like it had learned to breathe around me. I froze, my own name spoken by a voice I didn't recognize. The machine wasn't making it. It couldn't. I hadn't recorded this. I hadn't said it. And yet it was there, echoing across the empty archive. The whispers followed, at first like static, then forming words. Questions, commands, observations, everyone tailored to my thoughts. Why did you come back? It asked. I didn't answer. I couldn't. The voice already knew what I was thinking before I thought it. I looked around. Shadows pooled in the corners, dark and thick. Every surface seemed to drink in the light, reflecting it back, warped and strange. The player clicked on its own, and I could swear the tape rolled backward before forward, replaying moments I hadn't noticed, stretching them thin. I pressed my hand over my eyes, trying to ground myself. Tried to tell myself it was my imagination, that exhaustion was bending reality. But then it laughed. Not a normal laugh. Something inside the walls joined, weaving with my own heartbeat. You can't hide, it said, soft now, patient, knowing. And I realized it wasn't just the tape. It was in the walls, in the air, in the shadows, waiting for me to respond, waiting for me to slip, waiting for the part of me I didn't even understand. I staggered back, tripping over the edge of a shelf. My pulse spiked. The tape continued without me. Every hiss, every metallic click seemed to resonate through the floor, the walls, even my bones. The voice spoke again. This time it wasn't my name. It was a command. Look. I turned slowly. The corner of the room where shadows pooled like spilled ink shifted. A figure crouched there, darker than darkness, watching me. I wanted to tell myself it was a trick of the light, but I couldn't move. I could feel it in my chest. It was alive. The tape whispered again, not in fragments, complete sentences formed around my own fears. You thought you could leave this behind. You were wrong. We are not done. My throat tightened. I swallowed, but the words crawled up my windpipe, refusing to leave. I pressed my hands to the machine. Cold, empty. No power surge, no strange mechanism. Just the tape rolling endlessly, responding to me. And then it spoke my name again, this time with familiarity. Kashif, why do you fight it? I spun, trying to find the source, but the shadows didn't shift. Only the silence. And that silence was louder than any sound I'd heard before. My own heartbeat echoed against it, a slow, irregular drum. The tape hissed, then whispered. I know everything you hide, even what you won't say aloud. I stumbled backward toward the wall, hands scraping the shelves. The air grew thick, sticky, like something unseen pressed against my skin. Shadows reached for me, not moving but stretching in impossible ways. And the voice followed me everywhere, mirroring my thoughts, twisting them. I realized then that it was learning. Each reaction, each fear, each hesitation, I could see it reflected in the whispers, not repeating but responding, tailored, intimate, intrusive. The room pulsed with it. The player clicked, lights flickered, shadows leaned closer, and the figure crouched in the corner shifted ever so slightly, its form sharpening, watching, waiting. I pressed my palm to the floor, trying to steady myself. Tried to listen to my own breathing, but the voice mimicked it, elongated it, added pauses where there shouldn't be. You can't run. You never left. I wanted to scream. I wanted to destroy the tape, the machine, the room. But as I moved toward it, the tape's hiss grew louder, faster. Every step I took was anticipated. Every thought reflected back at me. And the figure crouched closer, not advancing, just waiting for me to notice. I stopped, held my breath, and it spoke again. Not my name this time, something older, something I didn't understand. Kashif, you are ours now. You've always been ours. I wanted to argue, to fight, to convince myself it was impossible. But my reflection in the player's metal casing looked different. Older, tired, eyes hollowed in ways I hadn't seen before. The tape hissed, whispering secrets I hadn't spoken, yet knew too well. I sank to the floor, pressing my knees to my chest. The shadows leaned closer. The voice softened, coaxing. Listen carefully. You will understand soon, or you will forget and it will come again. The machine clicked as if punctuating the moment. Silence fell, but it wasn't relief. It was a pause, a waiting. I could feel the tape breathing, stretching into the corners of the room, and the figure, crouched and patient, didn't move. I didn't know how long I stayed there. Minutes, hours, maybe days. Time dissolved into the hiss of the tape and the whispers in my head, and somewhere in that silence I understood. The tape had never belonged to anyone. It wasn't just a recording. It was a conduit, a living moment that waited for witnesses. And now it had one more me. I pressed my palm over my ears, closed my eyes, tried to will it away, tried to escape the sound, the presence, the inevitability. But the whispers had learned my rhythm, my thoughts, my fears. And the last words it spoke before I blacked out, or fell asleep, or ceased to exist as I had known it, were my own. We are waiting for you. And I knew in that pause that the tape would never stop. It wouldn't let me. It was patient, endless, alive, and it would always call my name. I didn't expect to see bones that morning. The dirt was still damp from last night's rain, sticky against my boots, and the smell of wet soil filled the air like it was hiding something. At first, I thought it was just trash, old metal pipes, cracked bricks, but then the shovel hit something hard, a clink that made everyone stop. I knelt, brushing away the mud, and realized the shape wasn't brick, wasn't metal, it was bone. I froze. The shape was unmistakable, long and curved, something human. My stomach turned over. I looked up at the others, but they were staring too, hands frozen on their shovels, eyes wide. No one spoke. The wind whispered through the abandoned yard, rattling the rusted gates. It felt wrong, like we weren't supposed to be here at all. I knelt closer, brushing away more dirt. There were more bones beneath, scattered as if someone had dumped them carelessly. A jaw, a femur, fragments of ribs poking through the mud. And the oddest thing, it didn't look like old remains left to decay naturally. Something about the way they were positioned, deliberate, almost arranged, like a message. One of the workers coughed, loud, sharp, breaking the silence. "We should call it in," he said, voice trembling. But even as he said it, I felt it, something watching. Not the foreman, not the other men, something else. I glanced around. The old prison yard stretched wide, empty now, except for the skeletal remains of the walls. Windows gaped like hollow eyes. The yard smelled of wet earth, metal, and something sweeter, sharper, that I couldn't place. I felt my heartbeat speed up. There was no one here, there shouldn't be anyone, but the feeling persisted, heavy and breathing against my skin. I crouched lower, brushing the dirt carefully, and that's when I saw it, a tooth, still partially embedded in a jawbone. It was yellowed, cracked, and for some reason perfectly preserved despite everything else decaying. I shivered. The thought came unbidden. What had been here before us? Who had died in this yard, and why had no one noticed? The wind shifted suddenly, a harsh gust that carried whispers. I thought it was the trees at first, the rustling of leaves over the empty yard, but it was. Words formed in the wind, faint, almost beneath hearing. My name, or maybe just the sound of it. "Kashif," I jerked my head up. Nothing. Only the other men staring at the pit. Their faces pale, teeth clenched. I shook it off, told myself it was nerves. But when I bent back down, brushing away mud from another rib, I felt a tremor in the earth beneath me, small, subtle, but real. And then a clatter, metal against bone, echoed, though no one had touched anything. My stomach twisted. Something about this wasn't natural. Something about this yard wasn't abandoned. We kept digging, unable to stop, as if the earth itself was pulling us in. With every shovelful of dirt, more bones surfaced. Hands, skull fragments, vertebrae, some broken, some strangely intact. And each time I exposed one, a soft shift in the air followed. A whisper, always just a breath beyond understanding. And I started to notice something else. The bones weren't old, not centuries old, recent enough that the soil hadn't had time to claim them fully. I stepped back, dirt falling from my boots, and looked at the yard as a whole. The prison walls loomed overhead, crumbling and blackened in places, and I felt eyes on me. Not human eyes, not alive ones, but they were there. In the cracks of the walls, in the shadows beneath the shattered windows. Watching, waiting. One of the men froze, pointing at a spot beyond the pit. "Over there," he whispered. I followed his gaze, but I saw nothing. Only the corner of the yard where shadows clung unnaturally to the walls as if they were thicker there. The wind stirred again, carrying a whisper so clear I could almost understand it. Almost. My chest tight. Something wanted me to hear it, wanted me to understand. I felt a pull toward the corner, and I couldn't stop myself. My boots sank into wet soil as I approached. The closer I got, the heavier the air became, like it was pressing on my lungs. The whispering grew louder. Not words this time, just a sound that felt like nails scraping glass, soft at first, then sharper, insistent. And then I realized it was coming from the walls themselves. I pressed my hand against the cold brick. The mortar was wet, sticky with years of neglect, and beneath my palm I felt it move. A vibration, subtle at first, then stronger, rhythmic, as if the walls were alive, responding to the digging, to me. I stumbled back, heart hammering. One of the workers shouted something, but I couldn't hear it over the sound in my head. That low, rolling vibration. And I saw it, shapes moving in the shadows, crawling across the brick like they had weight, like they weren't just shadows at all. My knees went weak. I gripped the shovel for balance, but it felt too light, useless. The ground beneath me trembled again. I backed toward the pit. The bones glinted in the muddy light, each one unnervingly clean, almost polished in spots, as if someone had cared for them recently. I reached out to touch one, a skull fragment, and felt a shock, not electric, but something. A cold presence. Something pressed against my fingers, not physically, but into my mind. Images flashed, faces, screaming, silence, eyes that had never blinked. I pulled back. The other men stared at me, faces as pale as the soil. One of them finally spoke. We should stop," he stammered. I nodded, but my feet wouldn't move. Something in me, something deeper than fear, told me I couldn't leave. Not yet. The yard had more to show me, more to say. A sudden gust slammed against the walls, rattling the loose bricks, and the shadows shifted again. One of the fragments, a femur, rolled to the edge of the pit on its own, settling upright like a finger pointing. My stomach lurched. My mind screamed at me to run, but curiosity, darker than fear, rooted me to the spot. And then the whispering grew distinct. Words formed from the air itself. "Do you see us? Do you hear us? Do you understand?" They weren't questions in the usual sense. They weren't meant for conversation. They were commands, invitations, threats wrapped in curiosity. I knelt again, this time more deliberate. The bones beneath the soil seemed to shift subtly with every movement of my hands. Not physically, not in a normal way, but as if aware of me, responding to the probing. My own heartbeat sounded deafening. I could almost taste it in my mouth, copper and wet. I noticed a shape buried deeper, one unlike the others. A rib cage intact, and inside it a small, charred object. Something human, but not entirely. Part of it was burned beyond recognition, yet it exuded heat. Not warmth, but a presence. I touched it carefully. The whispering ceased for a moment. Silence. And in that silence I realized how completely alone I was. And yet I was. Something had stayed behind in this yard. Not the prison. Not the walls. Something older, patient, and awake. And as the wind carried the whispers back over the freshly turned soil, I understood the truth. We had dug where we shouldn't, and whatever waited below wasn't going to let us leave untouched. I stepped back, boots sinking in the mud. The wind shifted, carrying more voices now. Not far, not distant, but inside my mind, echoing with familiarity I couldn't place. Each bone, each shadow, each fragment of decay was alive with attention, and I knew before I even moved again that this was only the beginning. We left the pit, tools dragging through the mud, but the whispers followed. Not in the air, not in the walls, inside my head. A low hum, patient, waiting for my thoughts, for my mistakes, for me to return. And I would, because curiosity, once touched by darkness, doesn't let go. The bones weren't just remains, they were warnings, invitations, and somewhere beneath the soil we had disturbed, something waited, something that had been awake the entire time. I couldn't see it, I didn't need to, I could feel it, watching, patient. And I knew, even as we drove away from the abandoned yard, that it had marked me. Not with blood, not yet, but with awareness. And awareness is worse. I remember the first time I saw them. The graves were there, buried beneath years of overgrown weeds, hidden from sight as if the world had forgotten them completely. At first, I thought they were natural depressions in the ground, uneven spots where the soil had settled. But then I saw the edges, clean, precise, like someone had dug them by hand and left them untouched for decades. I walked among them, boots sinking slightly in the damp earth, and I felt a weight pressing down in my chest. There were dozens, maybe more, all lined up in neat rows. No markers, no names, nothing to tell who they were or why they had been buried here. Just soil, dark and heavy, and the quiet that comes after life has been erased. The smell hit me first. Not decay exactly, more like a memory of it, metallic, sharp, and almost sweet. I gagged, trying not to inhale too deeply. The wind moved through the clearing, brushing the tall grass against my legs, carrying whispers that weren't really there, or maybe I was imagining them. My pulse jumped at every sound. A branch snapping somewhere, a distant animal, anything that could remind me I was alive. I crouched by one of the graves, digging my fingers into the dirt. It was soft, almost too soft. And then I felt something just beneath the surface, a small piece of cloth. I pulled it out. Brown, brittle, but unmistakably human. A fragment of what might have been a uniform or a coat. My hands shook. Who had been buried here, and why had no one spoken of them? I stepped back, looking over the rows again. Something about them wasn't right. The spacing, the symmetry, it felt intentional. Not just graves, but a message, a warning. My stomach twisted as the wind whispered again. And then I heard it faint, almost like the voice of someone breathing just behind my ear. Kashif, I spun around. Empty forest, shadows clinging to the trees. My throat went dry. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the wind, maybe my mind playing tricks. But there it was again, more insistent this time. Kashif, clear, deliberate. I swallowed, feeling panic rise, and I realized I couldn't remember the last time I'd felt safe anywhere. The graves stretched out before me, each one a question I couldn't answer. I walked among them, brushing away leaves from the next grave. My hand hit something hard, a small metal box, rusted and barely intact. I lifted it carefully, dirt falling away. Inside, a collection of small bones, each one delicate, almost fragile, and a folded piece of paper, yellowed and brittle. I unfolded it with trembling fingers. The handwriting was messy, uneven, almost frantic. Names, dozens of them, dates that didn't match any records I had ever seen, unreported deaths. Forgotten people. I felt a chill run down my spine. The wind picked up, carrying a whisper through the graves again. Do you see them? Do you remember? I froze, heart hammering. I knew somehow the voice wasn't asking. It was telling me, and I felt watched, as if dozens of eyes lay beneath the soil, following every movement. I stepped back, trying to catch my breath. My eyes scanned the clearing again, but nothing moved. Just the graves, silent and unyielding. And yet I could feel it, something lingering there, waiting, patient. A presence older than the forest around us, bound to the earth, aware of every step I took. I crouched beside another grave, dirt crumbling beneath my fingers. The soil felt warmer here, almost like it had been disturbed recently. I dug a little deeper and my hand hit another bone. A skull this time, small, delicate, and carved into it, faint but legible, a symbol. Not a name, not a date, but something older, something I didn't recognize. I traced it with my finger and a shiver ran through me, like the symbol had eyes and it was watching. I pulled back, gasping. The wind died for a moment and the clearing went completely silent. Then a rustle, soft, deliberate, came from the far end of the graves. I turned and I swear I saw someone there. Not a shadow, not a trick of the trees. A figure hunched still, watching me. My heart slammed in my chest. I blinked and it was gone. Only the graves remained, stretching endlessly as if the forest itself had swallowed the watcher. I walked faster, hands trembling, trying to leave the clearing, but the graves seemed to stretch farther with every step. Each one a silent accusation, a story I wasn't meant to hear. And the wind, it followed me, carrying the whispers again. Remember, remember. I stopped, chest heaving. My eyes fell on a cluster of graves that seemed newer, the soil darker, softer. Someone had been here recently, leaving them. And I realized with a sinking feeling that I wasn't alone. The watcher, whoever or whatever it had been, had left something behind. A presence, watching, waiting. I crouched, looking closer at the new graves. Bones peeked through the soil, delicate, fragile. And the whisper came again, closer this time, insistent. Kashif. I jumped back, tripping over roots, dirt smearing my hands and knees. The figure flickered in my vision again, just for a second, then gone. But I felt it. Every step I took, every breath, every heartbeat, it was there. I realized then that the graves weren't just reminders of the past. They were anchors, holding something in place. Something that had waited decades, patient, silent, until we came digging. And now it was awake. I stumbled toward the edge of the clearing, looking over my shoulder. The forest seemed alive, branches reaching like fingers. Shadows shifted unnaturally. And in the corner of my vision, a skull rose from the soil as if someone, or something, was lifting it just enough for me to see. My stomach churned. I knew it was watching me, marking me. I ran then, boots sinking in mud, heart hammering. The clearing disappeared behind me, swallowed by trees. But the whispers didn't stop. They followed me through the forest, soft, insistent, shaping themselves around my thoughts. Do you see them? Do you remember? I made it to the road, gasping, mud streaked across my clothes. The forest was silent behind me, but I could feel it still. The graves, the bones, the watcher, all of it. And I knew deep down that leaving didn't end it. That something had stayed behind, patient, awake, and aware of me now. I thought I had escaped, but the voice, the presence, the weight of the unmarked graves, they would follow me. And one day I realized I would have to return. Because curiosity, once touched by the past, never truly lets go. I remember the first night it happened. I was lying awake, staring at the ceiling, trying to force my eyes closed, but sleep refused me. The house was silent, or at least I thought it was. Then I noticed the floor beneath my bed, the thin layer of dust in the corners. Something moved there, shifting slightly like a ripple in water. I leaned closer, my breath caught. A face, just a fragment at first, an eye, maybe a mouth. But it was there, pressed into the dust, staring at me. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, convinced it was a trick of the light. But when I looked again, it had changed. Wider now, full eyes, hollow cheeks, lips parted in what might have been a scream or a laugh. I stumbled back, heart hammering. I told myself it was impossible. Faces don't grow in dirt. But the next night and the night after that, they were waiting for me. The faces weren't fixed. They shifted, warped, some angry, some terrified, some familiar. I saw one that looked like the boy from my childhood neighborhood who had disappeared one summer. Another with the hollow eyes of the woman who lived across town, rumored to have vanished into the woods. I started avoiding the corners of the room, the places where dust gathered, but the faces found me anyway. They crept along the hallway at night, pressed against the walls, staring through the cracks in the floorboards. I could hear whispers sometimes, soft, unintelligible at first. Then one night I understood a word, my name. Kashif. It wasn't loud, but it was insistent. like a finger tracing the back of my neck, gentle but unrelenting. I began keeping a notebook, trying to document what I saw. Each night, the patterns changed. Sometimes they were screaming, their mouths open in silent horror. Sometimes they were pleading, eyes wide, hands pressed into the soil as if begging me to dig them out. I didn't know what they wanted, and the longer I stared, the more I felt the air grow thick, heavy with something I couldn't name. The faces weren't just in my room anymore. I saw them in the garden, in the cracks of the pavement outside, even smeared in mud along the street after it rained. I started seeing them in reflections too, in windows and mirrors. They weren't always human. Some had too many eyes or mouths where eyes should be, faces contorted into impossible angles, and they were all watching me, always. I stopped sleeping entirely. Each night stretched longer than the last. Hours passed, maybe days, I couldn't tell. My own reflection in the mirror became a stranger. I caught glimpses of something behind me when I turned my head too slowly, a shadow that moved on its own. The whispers grew louder, more coherent. They started asking questions. Do you see them? Can you hear us? Will you join us? I tried leaving the house, but the faces followed. Every patch of dirt, every shadow, every corner seemed to pulse with them. And then I realized they weren't just in the dirt, they were in me, in my mind. Every thought carried fragments of their expressions, their pleading eyes, their gaping mouths. I tried talking to someone, anyone, but my words sounded hollow, and when I described it, no one understood. They thought I was hallucinating. Maybe I was. Maybe I was too far gone to tell the difference. One night, desperate, I knelt on the floor, pressed my hands into the dust, and whispered to them, "What do you want from me?" The silence that followed was worse than any scream. And then one face pressed directly beneath my palm smiled. A slow, impossible grin that stretched too wide across cracked cheeks. It didn't say anything. It didn't need to, I understood. The next morning, the faces weren't gone. They were lighter now, almost etched into the surface of the soil, as if marking a beginning. I tried cleaning, sweeping, scrubbing the floors, but the dust came back overnight, and with it, the faces. More faces, each one different, each one more insistent. I started seeing them in daylight too, in the small patches of earth between sidewalks, in the dirt under potted plants. Even the city itself felt like it had shifted. Cracks in walls became mouths, potholes became eyes. I felt a constant presence watching, waiting for me to look away, to let my guard down. And sometimes, if I looked too long, I thought I saw hands, tiny, clawing hands, reaching from the soil, desperate to touch me. The faces began speaking more clearly, not just my name. They called out events from my past, secrets I had never told anyone. The things I tried to bury, the fears I tried to ignore, they knew. And when I tried to run from them, I realized something darker. They weren't just outside of me. They were inside, feeding on my memory, my fear, shaping themselves from my life as much as from the dirt. I haven't slept in weeks. My skin has grown pale, my eyes hollow. Sometimes I wake with the taste of soil in my mouth, as if I had been pressed into the ground myself. The faces are everywhere now, filling every corner of every room, every step I take outside. I catch glimpses of them in reflections, in puddles, in the patterns of shadows at night, always watching, always waiting. And tonight I finally understood. They are patient. They don't need to hurry. They've been here before me, long before I even knew this house existed, waiting for someone to notice, someone to see. And now that I see them, I can't stop. I can't look away. Because once you see them, once they've begun forming in the soil beneath your feet, they don't disappear. They stay, they watch, they whisper. And one day, I suspect, they will ask me to join them. I can feel it coming. Every night, every breath, every heartbeat carries me closer, and I don't know if I'll have the strength to resist when they finally reach out. The faces in the soil, they are patient, but I am running out of time. I felt it the moment the shovel hit the first layer of soil. It wasn't just dirt beneath our feet. It was waiting, patient, alive in a way I couldn't name. The men around me cursed and wiped sweat from their brows, but I stopped moving. My fingers stiffened around the handle, and for a moment I swore the earth itself shivered beneath us, as if warning us, whispering something too faint to hear. Then we hit bone. I froze, a femur, clean, pale in the shadow of the setting sun. I wanted to tell myself it was nothing, just an old skeleton from decades past. But something in the air tightened like the room had shrunk around us. The workers laughed nervously, but I didn't hear it. I only heard the ground. At first it was subtle, a groan, low and vibrating like the sound of 100 people shifting in unison, far below the surface. I glanced at the hole, half expecting the soil to rise to form a shape, but it stayed flat. For now. We kept digging. Every strike of the shovel sent tiny tremors through the earth, and I began to see shadows crawling across the walls of the yard, long and thin, impossible angles like stretched reflections. My skin prickled. I knew somehow that we weren't just uncovering bones. We were waking something. By the third hour, the air had grown thick, humid, heavy with a metallic scent I couldn't place. Sweat dripped down my face, mingling with the dirt smudged across my hands. And then I saw it, a small face pressed into the freshly turned soil, eyes open wide, staring straight at me. It was wrong, too small, too smooth, almost waxen and impossibly alive. I blinked and it vanished. My heart refused to slow. The men noticed eventually. They whispered nervously, one claiming he'd felt fingers brush against his shoulder. Another swore he saw eyes under the surface, staring. I didn't tell them what I saw. I didn't need to. The earth had spoken to me first, and it was angry. That night I couldn't sleep. Images of the digging followed me home. Faces in the soil, some pleading, some screaming, some smiling in ways that made my stomach knot. I kept the window open, but the wind didn't come in. Instead, a smell of earth, damp and old, filled the room. I heard scratching at the floorboards, soft at first, then deliberate, like fingers moving under the wood. I tried leaving the yard behind me, but the memory lingered. Every time I walked down the street, I noticed patches of disturbed earth, clumps of dirt upturned as if something had pushed against it. I saw shapes beneath leaves peeking at me with hollow, tiny faces. And then I realized they were following, slowly, patiently, waiting for me to look away, waiting for me to slip. I started seeing them in my dreams, but even that was different. The soil itself became the dream, cold and wet beneath my hands, faces pressing against my palms, mouths opening to speak in a voice older than any language I knew. They asked questions I couldn't answer, demanded names I didn't have, and I woke before they could finish. Every morning, my hands were coated in dirt I hadn't touched. My clothes carried the smell of earth. My skin felt the press of fingers beneath its surface. By the fifth night, the yard itself began to change. Shadows stretched farther, deeper, curling around the edges of the buildings, creeping toward the hole. The bones we uncovered seemed to shift, rearranging themselves when no one was looking. I told myself I was imagining it, but the ground whispered my name too often to deny it. One afternoon, I returned alone. I couldn't stop myself. The hole yawned wider than I remembered, the soil crumbling unnaturally along the edges. And then I saw it, something half-buried, moving beneath the surface. It was small, malformed, but unmistakably alive. It pushed against the dirt, testing it, stretching, reaching upward. Its face, if it could be called that, twisted into something human and not, and it looked straight at me. I ran. The yard followed me in memory, in shadow, in every patch of soil I passed. At home, I covered the windows, piled furniture against the doors, but the smell of earth seeped in anyway, thick and wet. And when I slept, I felt the ground shift beneath my bed, the faint press of something trying to rise. I started hearing voices, soft at first, muttering beneath the roar of my own thoughts. Names, pleas, warnings. Some seemed to come from the yard, some from the walls of my own house. And always a question, will you come back? I couldn't help myself. I returned at dusk, shovel in hand. The hole was larger, the air thick with anticipation, and the soil moved. Shapes shifted beneath the surface. I could see bones rearranging, dirt forming lumps like fists, then faces, then more. I fell back, heart hammering, and the first voice spoke clearly, softly, cruelly. You dug us up. Now you belong to the soil too. I ran then through streets, through alleys, through the thin glow of streetlights. But every patch of earth I passed pulsed, alive with shapes pressing upward, watching me. I could feel them in my chest, in my arms, in my legs, as if roots had wrapped around me, drawing me back. The next morning, the yard was calm again. Too calm. The bones had shifted back into neat piles. The earth looked undisturbed. I told the men we should stop, that we had found enough. They laughed, shaking off the unease. But I knew something was awake now, something patient, something that had waited decades beneath the prison yard, and now it was moving, watching, planning. And I realized, standing there, staring at the neat soil and orderly bones, that they would not be stopped. They would not stay buried. No matter how deep we dig, no matter how carefully we hide, they wait, always, beneath the surface, beneath our feet. And the worst part, I understood, they were patient, terrifyingly patient. Every time I close my eyes, I see their hands pushing through the dirt, twisting up from the ground, faces pressing through like paper, stretching and bending. Every time I step outside, I feel the earth shift, as if measuring my weight, waiting for the moment I slip, the moment I look away. I don't know how long I can resist. I feel their pull in every step, every heartbeat, every shallow breath. And tonight I know they will rise again. They always do. Because some things, once disturbed, refuse to stay buried. I stepped through the rusted gates before the sun even touched the horizon. The prison was quiet, too quiet, and the air smelled like dust and metal, thick with the memory of people trapped inside. I should have felt relief, closure maybe. But the moment I crossed the threshold, I felt my chest tighten. The alarm. It was there, buried somewhere in the walls, still ringing in my head. I hadn't heard it for 20 years, but it never really stopped. The corridors stretched like skeletons, long and empty. My boots echoed against concrete that had cracked from time and neglect. The fluorescent lights above were dead, leaving the hallways in shadows that moved when I blinked. I told myself I was just imagining it. That was the first lie of the day. I stopped at the control room, expecting silence. The panels were dead, wires twisted and corroded, but the faint red light of the alarm button glowed like a heartbeat. My fingers hovered over it and a shiver ran through me. That alarm, it wasn't mechanical anymore. It had memory. It remembered me. A sound echoed down the hallway, soft, deliberate, metal scraping metal, slow, rhythmic. I froze, straining to hear. The place was supposed to be abandoned, but footsteps, heavy, dragging, answered my stare. I told myself it was rats or the wind, but the cadence was too precise, too human. I walked toward the mess hall. The chairs had been thrown into piles, tables upturned, and in the far corner a shadow moved against the wall. My heart hammered in my throat. I wanted to run. My legs wouldn't obey. The shadow shifted. It looked like a man, or it wanted to be a man. And then I heard it, not the alarm, not the footsteps, but a voice, whispering my name, just once, soft but precise. Officer. My blood ran cold. I hadn't told anyone I was coming here, not a soul, and yet it knew. I moved faster, heart in my ears, toward the old warden's office. Papers littered the floor, yellowed and brittle, and on the desk a small tape recorder blinking red. I didn't remember it being here. I pressed play. Static. Then a voice, mine, but not my voice, echoed, older, tired. The alarm never stops, it waits. You shouldn't have returned. I dropped the recorder, stumbling back. The walls vibrated, a low hum that grew, a pressure in my skull. The alarm wasn't just a sound anymore, it was alive, reaching for me. For 20 years I had heard it in nightmares, always at night, always distant. Now it was here, in the open, inescapable. A door slammed somewhere, metal clanging against concrete. I spun. The hall stretched, twisting in ways I didn't remember. I knew every corner of this place, every turn, every door. But now the layout had changed. The prison had become something else, alive, aware, waiting for me. I ran, boots scraping across concrete, following a path that made sense in my mind but twisted in reality. And then I saw him, a guard or the ghost of one standing in the shadows, motionless, featureless, just waiting. My voice caught in my throat. "Who are you?" The figure didn't answer. But the alarm rang in my ears, louder now, faster. My own heartbeat couldn't keep pace. I ducked into the infirmary, breathing hard, trying to calm myself. The smell hit me then, bleach, blood, decay. Something had lived here after us, after everyone. Something that remembered. And it wasn't human. I could feel it pressing through the walls, through the floor, waiting for the right moment. The tape recorder clicked on by itself, spinning, static filling the room. And there it was, the alarm screaming, not through speakers, not mechanical. It was in my head now, 1,000 voices layered on top of one another, chanting, warning, calling. My name again, over and over, in a chorus that made my teeth ache. I had to get out. I had to leave this place, leave the prison, leave the alarm behind. I stumbled through the hallways, past doors I didn't recognize, past shadows that moved against the walls just out of sight. And every step the alarm followed, louder, insistent, alive. I found the main gate. It was rusted, chained, locked. I pulled at it hard, my hands raw, and then the voices stopped. Silence except for one. One voice, soft, patient. You can't leave. The chains fell away inexplicably. The sun was rising, pale and gray, casting long lines across the yard. Relief surged through me. I stepped out, lungs burning. I was free. But even outside, I could feel it. The hum under the ground, the press of unseen hands, the alarm waiting to follow me home, waiting for me to close my eyes, waiting to remind me it never stopped. I had returned to a prison that should have been dead, but the alarm had stayed alive, and now so had it. Even now, typing this, I hear it again, faint at first, then growing just beneath the edge of hearing. The alarm never stops, it waits, and it always finds me. I walked down the east wing, past rows of cells I had unlocked 100 times in my memory, yet the keys rattled uselessly in my hand. Each lock refused me, stubborn and cold. I knew the mechanism, knew the sequence, but the doors didn't move. Something was inside them, something that didn't want to leave. The smell hit me first. Iron and decay, heavy and thick, curling in the corners of the hallway. I swallowed, tasting it on my tongue. It wasn't just old blood or rust, it was older. Ancient, as if the walls themselves had been waiting, breathing, holding their secrets like teeth behind lips. I pressed my palm to the cold metal of the nearest door. It was sealed tight, not just by the lock. There was a hum, subtle, vibrating under my fingers like the cell itself was alive. A pulse. I backed away instinctively. Why would a door hum? It shouldn't. None of this should. A scratching began, soft, almost polite. Something behind the walls moving. I told myself it was rats or the wind settling in the pipes. But the sound was deliberate, patient, calculating. I could almost hear breathing, shallow, measured, waiting for me to slip, waiting for me to notice. I tried another door, same resistance. The padlock twisted but didn't yield. And then I saw it, a smear of something dark, thick, tracing a line along the floor. It moved as I watched, spreading, forming shapes that made my stomach twist. Faces. Faces pressed flat against the concrete, eyes wide, mouths open in silent screams that I could somehow hear in my chest. I stepped back, heart hammering, but the hallway stretched. Long and narrow, impossibly long. Shadows pooled at the far end, shifting just at the edge of vision. I realized then that the cells weren't just sealed. They were waiting for something or someone. The scratching grew louder. A whisper followed it, curling around the metal bars. Not words, not really, but tones, inflections, almost forming syllables I wanted to understand. And then one word cut clear, my name. Whispered, soft, deliberate. I froze, sweat running down my temples. How did it know? I hadn't spoken it aloud. I tried a third door. This time my hands shook so badly I could barely hold the keys. I shoved, pushed, cursed. The lock gave slightly, a click that sounded like a gasp. And then silence. Complete silence. The kind that makes your own heartbeat deafening. A cold draft swept past me, carrying something with it. A scent I couldn't name. Old skin, old fear. Something that remembered the walls before me, before anyone. My eyes followed the trail to the last door at the end of the corridor. It wasn't locked. It had never been locked, but I knew before I reached it that opening it would change everything. The whispering grew urgent, overlapping now like dozens of voices speaking in a language I almost understood. Fear, anger, pain, and beneath it a rhythm, a pattern I couldn't ignore. It was calling me forward. Something wanted to be released, wanted me to see, wanted me to acknowledge it. I stepped closer, hand hovering over the latch. The metal felt alive beneath my fingers, pulsing faintly, thrumming with a heartbeat that wasn't mine. And then I saw them. Shapes pressed against the bars from the inside, pale, almost translucent, faces melting into the shadows. They weren't just behind the door, they were part of it. Part of the walls, the floor, the very air. I staggered back. My head throbbed. The keys dropped to the floor, clanging like a warning. The corridor seemed to pulse, shifting imperceptibly with every heartbeat. I realized then that the prison wasn't just holding prisoners. It was holding something older, deeper. Something that had been waiting for the right moment to remind the world it existed. A metallic groan echoed from deep within the wing. The far end, where the last door waited, seemed to warp, bending, stretching, as if the walls themselves were breathing. And then the whisper came again, my name, not one voice this time, but dozens layered over each other, desperate, commanding, patient. I knew I couldn't turn back, not now, not after hearing them, but as I stepped forward. The floor beneath me shifted slightly, subtle, almost playful, like it knew I was afraid. The doors rattled, responding to some rhythm I couldn't hear fully, yet felt in every nerve. I understood then that they didn't want to be opened. They wanted to be remembered. And I remembered. I remembered every face, every scream I had buried in my mind, every cold corridor I had walked as a young officer, every cell that should have been empty but wasn't. They had waited for me, for someone who could see, someone who could feel their presence without speaking, without unlocking. The final door loomed before me, untouched, ominous. My hand brushed the latch, trembling, and the whispering crescendoed. It wasn't anger, not exactly. It was expectation. They weren't threatening me. They were acknowledging me, confirming I had returned, that I was part of this whether I liked it or not. I pulled the door open. A breath of cold, stale air escaped, carrying whispers that made the hair on my arms stand. Inside, the cell was empty, impossibly clean, yet I felt them everywhere. On the walls, in the air, pressed into the floorboards, watching. And then I noticed the faint, irregular scratches along the metal bars, tiny faces etched in relief, faces that moved when I blinked, watching me. I stepped back, swallowing hard. The cell hadn't just held prisoners. It had held their memories, their terror, their despair. And now they were awake, alive in ways I couldn't understand, unwilling to remain contained. I wanted to close the door, to run, to deny it all, but my hands wouldn't obey. The hallway seemed to stretch again, longer than I remembered, shadows twisting into forms I recognized from dreams I hadn't dared to speak aloud. Whispers followed me, calling my name, telling me secrets I wasn't ready to hear. And at the far end, another door rattled lightly, as if inviting me deeper. I realized then the truth I had always known but never admitted. The prison didn't want to be empty. The cells didn't want to be opened. And whatever lived in those shadows, whatever remembered and waited, it had chosen me. I stepped forward again, and the whispers changed tone, patient now, almost gentle, almost guiding. I didn't understand the language, but I understood the meaning. They wanted to be seen. They wanted to be known. And once I acknowledged them, there would be no going back. The keys jingled faintly in my pocket. I had the power to release them, or to leave them trapped forever. But as I stared into the darkness of the corridor, I realized the choice had been made long before I arrived. They had already begun to move, and now so had I. Even as I turned my gaze back toward the first locked cell, the whispers followed, urging me on. Each door, each barred window, each empty hallway held a fragment of them, fragments that would not remain silent. And somewhere deep beneath the floor, the heartbeat of the prison pulsed stronger, synchronized with mine. I understood then fully. that these cells weren't designed to imprison the living. They were designed to hold memory, to contain something that should never have been forgotten. And by returning, I had awakened it. The hallway stretched endlessly ahead, filled with shadows, whispers, and the silent faces in the metal bars. They didn't want to be found, but they had been, and now so had I. I remember the first time I heard the order. Not the words themselves, but the weight behind them, the way the officers froze, the way the air seemed to thicken inside the control room. Stay silent. That was it. Just those two words, and something inside the prison shifted. It wasn't official, not on paper, but it carried authority heavier than any badge. And I followed it because who would? You do as you're told when fear isn't a thing you can ignore. It's a thing you breathe. I walked the corridors that night, flashlight cutting through dust and shadows, and I saw the doors sealing themselves one by one, as if the walls had memory. You know that feeling when a place remembers you, like it holds grudges, like it knows the names of everyone who's ever passed through. That's what it felt like. And I had been one of them, unknowingly complicit, a witness bound by silence. The prisoners, they weren't all gone, not entirely. Some of them, maybe most, disappeared without a trace, and the rest were left behind, held not by iron but by something darker. I remember hearing their whispers through the cracks, soft at first, barely there, like wind stirring old paper. But the order kept me silent. Nobody could speak of it. Not then, not ever. I can still feel the cold grip of the key in my hand as I walked past the last cell block that night. The walls seemed to breathe in rhythm with my pulse, and I realized I wasn't afraid of them. I was afraid of what we had done, of the silence we had sworn to keep. The truth wasn't about the lockdown. The truth was what the lockdown was hiding. I remember one cell at the very end of the wing. The lock hadn't turned in months, but that night I swear I felt it vibrate when I approached. I reached out, fingertips brushing the cold metal, and I could feel it inside, the quiet, the patient waiting. Something alive in the shadows, something that didn't want to be forgotten. The order wasn't about keeping people in. It was about keeping something in. Something we had almost let slip once and had barely contained. I retraced my steps to the control room, my boots echoing on the concrete, and I remember thinking how surreal it all felt. The cameras, the alarms, the flickering lights, they weren't just equipment. They were barriers, not to prevent escape, but to hold the memory of what happened here. And the order to stay silent, it was more than instructions. It was a vow, a collective agreement to pretend the horrors hadn't occurred. I can still see the faces of my colleagues, pale in the control room glow, eyes wide when the first body appeared after the lockdown. Not alive, not quite dead, but present. Moving in ways that shouldn't be possible, shifting behind bars, pressing against the walls with hands that left no prints, faces that stared through you as if you were already gone. And nobody spoke. The order held. Fear and silence intertwined until they were indistinguishable. I tried to leave that night. I wanted to run, to tear the silence apart, to scream into the hallways, but every exit was blocked by something I couldn't name. Something that had been waiting for the doors to fall silent, waiting for us to obey. And I obeyed. I stayed silent. I followed the order, but the echoes of that night never left me. Sometimes in the quiet moments I hear it again. Not a voice, not a sound exactly, but a pressure, a presence that waits just beyond the edge of vision. And I remember the order. Stay silent. Because if the truth came out, it wouldn't just shatter the prison. It would shatter everything. I returned years later, drawn back by a mixture of guilt and curiosity. The building was abandoned, yet the silence felt intact, like a living thing. Doors still resisted, locks still clung. And in the shadows I could see them. Not the prisoners, not exactly, but fragments of memory, of fear, pressed into the walls. And the order whispered again in the wind through the cracks, "Stay silent." I followed the corridors deeper, past cells I didn't remember and passages I had never walked. The air was thick with history, with waiting. I could almost see the moments replaying, shadows of people moving, of keys turning, of the moment the lockdown truly began. And I realized then that the order was never about obedience. It was about protection. Protection from what had been unleashed, from what we almost forgot to contain. I reached the central block, and there it was. The final door, the one we never opened. I knew the truth then, the full weight of it. Behind that door wasn't just a person or a prisoner. It was the reason for the lockdown. The thing we had chosen to ignore, to leave in the dark, to obey without question. And it didn't want to be forgotten. I remember standing there, hand trembling on the cold latch, the order echoing in my mind. Stay silent. Stay silent. And yet part of me wanted to defy it, to see, to acknowledge. But another part knew that some truths are too heavy, that some doors exist to remain closed. And I knew in that moment that silence was the only way to survive. The building groaned around me, the air shifting like it knew I was there, testing me. And I felt it, the presence, moving behind every locked cell, whispering in patterns I almost understood. The order had held for decades, and it would hold again. Because some things, once contained, cannot be released without consequence. I left that night not as an officer, not as a man who understood everything, but as someone who had glimpsed the truth and survived. The order wasn't punishment, and it wasn't cruelty. It was a boundary. A line drawn between the known and the unimaginable, and I obeyed it. I stayed silent. Even now, years later, I feel the weight of it. The order lingers, patient, waiting, a reminder of what we chose to lock away. And sometimes in the quiet, I wonder if someone else will come. Someone who won't hear the warning, someone who won't obey the order to stay silent. And I shiver at the thought of what might be waiting behind that final door, still locked, still alive, still remembering. The prison sleeps, but it dreams, and its dreams are patient. The gates groaned when I pulled them shut for the last time. It wasn't the kind of groan metal makes. It was deeper, like the bones of the building itself were bending under some weight we hadn't noticed before. The wind rattled the bars, carrying whispers I wasn't sure were real or memories reaching out from the dark corners of the yard. I should have felt relief. I should have felt finality. Instead, my chest tightened with a pressure I couldn't name. Inside, the corridors smelled of rust and dust, of old soap and fear long evaporated but somehow still sticky in the air. The cells were empty, but the silence screamed. I walked past the lines of doors, each lock polished by years of neglect, and I felt the past brushing against me. Faint shadows along the walls, a glance at the corner of my eye that vanished when I looked straight. I was supposed to be conducting a routine inspection, the official paperwork already stamped and signed. But as I checked each cell, it was impossible to ignore the feeling that something was being watched. Not by me, but by the building itself, or maybe by whatever had been left behind when we closed it down. I kept thinking of the last officer who walked these halls. He'd vanished, officially retired, but I knew better. He stayed here, unwilling or unable to leave. The control room was the same as always, but quieter. The alarms were disconnected, the monitors black, yet I could almost hear the soft hum of electricity from decades ago. I remember pressing the override keys one by one, just to feel something concrete beneath my fingers, and a flicker danced across the far corner of the room. Not a reflection, not a shadow I could place. Just a twitch of light, the way a memory might stutter. Every step deeper into the prison tightened the knot in my stomach. There were no prisoners left, not officially, but the cells carried an echo. I passed the wings I'd walked 100 times before, where the men had shouted, laughed, cried, sometimes begged. The air still felt full of those voices, like they had seeped into the stone and the mortar, refusing to leave even after the last door was bolted. I tried to focus on the paperwork, on checking off the boxes, but each tick of the pen felt hollow. Something was off, not tangible but insistent. When I reached the final block, the one at the far end, the silence became thick, almost touchable. I could hear my own breathing, and it sounded wrong, like it didn't belong in this place. And then I saw it, a cell door slightly ajar, the only one in the entire prison. I froze. There was no reason for it to be open. Every other lock had been tested, every hinge checked. But this one, I could feel the heat of something behind it, not human, not alive in the normal sense. And I remembered the rumors, the whispers that had never left the officers' lounge, the stories we never dared put into reports. Stories of doors that shouldn't open, of things that refused to stay contained, of nights when the prison itself seemed to breathe. I stepped closer. The floorboards creaked under my weight, a small betrayal in the endless quiet. And then I heard it, the softest scraping like fingernails across metal from inside. Not urgent, not aggressive, just patient, waiting. And I realized for the first time fully that the official closure wasn't really closure at all. The prison would never be finished with us, and we had never been finished with it. I pressed my hand to the door, cold metal against my palm, and felt the vibrations running through it. A pulse, slow and steady, like the heartbeat of something in hibernation. And I wondered how long it had been waiting and how long we'd been blind. The papers in my hands didn't matter. The stamps and approvals meant nothing. Nothing could make this place truly closed. The corridors seemed to shift as I walked away. I caught glimpses of movement in the periphery, and every time I looked directly, there was nothing. Just walls, just shadows, just the memory of people long gone. But something followed, always just behind. I could feel it in my shoulder, in the hair at the back of my neck, in the quiet whispers that almost sounded like names. Names I didn't recognize but felt like home. I finished the inspection mechanically, walking through the wings, checking the bars, locking doors one last time. Each click of the bolt felt like sealing a secret deeper into the stone, but not burying it. Not truly. The final key in my hand felt heavier than any I'd carried before. The metal was cold, yes, but also alive. As I turned it in the last lock, I could almost hear a sigh. Not mine, not human, but something relieved and yet disappointed. And then I knew why the final inspection mattered. Not for paperwork, not for procedure. It mattered because we needed to pretend we had finished. Because the prison itself demanded ritual, demanded acknowledgement, demanded our compliance. For years, I thought closing those gates meant leaving the past behind. But the past, I realized, was never gone. It waits, patient, in corners no one dares visit. I walked out into the yard for the last time. The moon had slipped behind clouds, and the wind carried the faintest sound of laughter, echoing from cells that no longer existed. I told myself it was imagination, but then I felt it, a weight pressing at my back, a reminder that some things cannot be locked away, some voices cannot be silenced. The official closure had been completed on paper, but the reality was different. The prison was still awake, still listening, still remembering. I left the gates behind me, but the memory stayed. Every creak in my own house, every shadow in the corner of a room, every whisper in the wind, it all felt tied to that place. The closure was official, but the truth was not. The prison had not ended, and neither had the things it kept. Something beyond the walls had been waiting for the day we thought we were finished, and now it knew I remembered. I can feel it even now, years later. Patient, patient, patient. Waiting for the next mistake, the next key turned too carelessly, the next soul too curious. And I know without doubt that no matter what we write on paper, no matter what seals we place, the prison will never truly close. Not while its memories remain, not while its whispers linger, not while we still breathe. The official closure is done, they will say, but I know better. The prison is still open, just in a way most of us cannot see. And somewhere behind the locked doors, something smiles, waiting for the next one to return. I remember the first time I noticed them. The night had fallen heavy and thick, the kind that makes the world shrink to shadows and breath. I was outside, digging along the edge of the old yard, just minding the soil, and then I thought I saw movement. Not a person, not an animal, something beneath the surface, just under the loose dirt I was tossing aside. At first I shook my head, blaming fatigue. The lantern cast long shadows across the ground, and my own hands looked strange in that light, twitching as I worked. But then it happened again, clearer this time. A shape, small and subtle, pressed into the soil like a shallow imprint. I froze, my fingers gripping the spade too tightly. My eyes darted closer, and there it was, a face. Not fully formed, not real, but unmistakably human. Eyes closed, mouth slack, expressions twisted. I leaned in, heart hammering, trying to convince myself it was just mud and imagination. But when I touched it with the tip of the spade, the dirt shifted beneath my hand as if it had its own weight, its own will. And then I saw another just a few inches away. And another. They were everywhere, hidden under the soft soil, faces waiting to be discovered, or maybe waiting for me. The air grew heavier as I worked, and a cold breeze slid across my neck, though the night was still. I heard whispers, faint and fleeting, impossible to pin down. Names, I thought. But no, not names, more like sighs, regrets, memories. Something had been buried here long before I arrived, and now it was reaching out. I stepped back and the lantern swung slightly in my hand, casting light across a dozen faces pressed into the earth. Some looked pained, some neutral, and some almost amused. I blinked and the shapes shifted. Their features melted and reformed like wet clay, always watching, always silent. My stomach turned. I wanted to leave, but some force kept my feet rooted, my hands itching to touch, to understand. I thought of the people who'd once walked these grounds. Forgotten, punished, disappeared. Could it be them? Or was this something older, something that had waited beneath the soil long before the prison walls went up? The questions churned in my mind, and the faces seemed to sense my confusion. They pulsed faintly beneath the dirt, a rhythm in sync with my own heartbeat, drawing me in deeper. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time didn't behave normally. I realized I hadn't been moving the lantern much, and the light caught something glinting in the soil. A ring, corroded and blackened, lying atop one of the faces. I picked it up carefully, and as my fingers closed around it, the whispering rose. Not loud, not frightening, but urgent, demanding attention. The soil shifted beneath my feet, almost like the ground itself wanted me to notice, to feel, to witness. I staggered back, almost dropping the spade. The faces pressed closer together, merging and breaking apart. Eyes that were shut now opened, blinking slowly, following me. I tried to rationalize, telling myself I was seeing patterns in mud, hallucinations from exhaustion, isolation. But every instinct screamed otherwise. They were alive in some way. Not breathing, not moving, but alive. A shadow passed across the yard, though I was alone. The lantern trembled in my hand, and I swore I saw a figure crouched at the far edge of the garden. Watching. Waiting. It didn't move like a human. It was too fluid, too patient. My stomach knotted, and the faces seemed to pulse faster, a heartbeat in the soil syncing with the phantom presence I couldn't yet see fully. I stepped closer, drawn against my better judgment. Kneeling, I pressed my palms into the dirt. The soil was cold, wet, and strangely soft, and as I dug lightly with my hands, the faces became clearer, sharper, more defined. They weren't just random impressions. They were memories trapped, screaming silently. Eyes wide, mouths open in ways I couldn't quite comprehend. Some faces turned to each other, as if recognizing old companions, while others stared directly at me, demanding something I didn't understand. And then something broke the rhythm. A face lifted from the soil just an inch, but it was enough. A mouth whispered my name, or at least something like it. My pulse spiked. I scrambled back, the lantern tipping over and casting the entire yard in wavering shadows. The faces shifted again, not chaotic now, but purposeful, deliberate, following me with intent. I stumbled into the nearest wall, pressing my back against the cold stone. My breath came fast. I couldn't look away from the soil. Hundreds of faces now, rising slightly, their expressions clearer than before. They weren't static. They were rehearsing moments I couldn't place: fear, despair, longing. I felt my chest tighten, almost like I was being pulled into the earth with them. I remembered what the old guard had said years ago before he disappeared. The ground remembers everything. The soil holds those who were forgotten, those who were punished too quietly. And if you dig, it remembers you too. I'd laughed at it then, but now I knew. He wasn't exaggerating. He had warned me, but I had ignored it. And now the soil remembered. I tried to retreat, to gather the spade, the lantern, anything to get away. But every step made the faces shift, closing in, forming a pattern I couldn't read, but instinct told me it was a warning. A message. Something that demanded acknowledgement. And in that pattern I glimpsed a doorway, not a literal one, but an opening. A pathway I couldn't touch, stretching beneath the surface, lined with faces reaching upward, silent yet insistent. The air grew heavier and I realized I wasn't just seeing the faces, they were seeing me. Not with eyes alone, but with memory, with will. Every regret, every misstep in my life felt bare and exposed. The soil judged me. The soil remembered me. And worse, it seemed to anticipate my next move. I dropped to my knees, my hands covering my face. I thought if I couldn't see them, maybe they couldn't see me. But the whispering didn't stop. It rose in urgency, as if irritated by my defiance. The lantern cast one last flicker, and in that light I saw them. Not faces in mud, but faces reaching out through the soil itself. Not alive, not dead, but something in between. Waiting for acknowledgement, waiting for someone to dig far enough, slow enough, patient enough to see the truth. I stumbled back, the yard spinning, my hands raw from clawing at the earth. I wanted to leave, to escape this cursed garden, but something deeper rooted me in place. A curiosity I couldn't deny. The faces weren't random. They weren't just echoes. They were the story, the memory, the prison of the earth itself. And if I left now, would they vanish? Or would they follow me, silent, patient, waiting for the next night I dared to dig? The soil trembled beneath my knees as I watched the faces shift again. I realized they weren't just here, they were part of me now. The whispering wasn't outside. It was inside, a pulse syncing with mine, guiding my gaze, guiding my hands. The lantern's light faltered, and in the dim glow, the faces rose slightly from the dirt, stretching, forming a mosaic of fear, memory, and expectation. I knew deep down that this was only the beginning. The faces in the soil had waited long before I came. They would wait long after I left. And somewhere between fear and fascination, I understood. Once you see them, once you acknowledge them, there is no turning back. The soil remembers you. The soil watches, and it never forgets. I started before dawn, the spade sinking into the cold earth with a dull thud that echoed too loud in the stillness. The yard smelled of damp soil and rot, like the ground had been holding its breath for decades, waiting for someone to disturb it. My hands were raw, nails cracked, but I couldn't stop. Something inside me demanded it. Something whispered beneath the dirt, and I needed to know what it was. The first strike of the spade hit harder than expected. A hollow clink beneath the soil made me freeze. I knelt, brushing away the wet dirt, and saw it. A small metal box, its edges rusted, its surface etched with symbols I didn't recognize. I felt a surge of dread and curiosity at once. Why was it here? Who had buried it? And why did it feel alive? I pried it open slowly, almost reverently. Inside was a collection of objects, small and personal. A child's shoe, a broken watch, a few yellowed letters. Each item seemed ordinary until I looked closer. The shoe was cracked and caked with mud, yet I could swear it twitched beneath my fingers. The watch ticked once, then stopped, though no battery or spring could make it move. And the letters, the handwriting shifted as I read, words morphing under my gaze, telling stories that hadn't happened yet. I stumbled back, my heart hammering. I dropped the box and covered my face, trying to convince myself it was my imagination. But the whispers started again, clearer this time, circling me, rising from the soil. Not human voices, not quite, but pleading, demanding. I dared to look again, and the ground around the box was moving. Small shapes pushed against the earth from below, faces pressed into mud and clay just like I had seen before. They weren't just faces this time, they were reaching upward. I grabbed the spade instinctively, digging faster, shoving dirt aside in panic and fascination. Each handful revealed more. Twisted shapes of hands, fragments of clothing, and eyes that opened just enough to glance at me before closing again. My stomach churned, and fear twisted around something else, recognition. I had done this before, and somehow I had never left untouched. They remembered me. A sudden rumble beneath my feet made me stumble. The soil shifted, rising in small waves, and I realized I wasn't merely uncovering objects. I was waking something. Something that had been waiting. The air grew heavy, damp, suffocating, carrying a smell that was both iron and decay. I wanted to leave, wanted to run, but the ground itself seemed to hold me in place, its presence pressing against my legs, against my chest, against my thoughts. Then I saw it, a figure, low and indistinct, moving beneath the soil. At first I thought it was my imagination, a shadow cast by the lantern. But the soil parted around it, not like a shadow, but like something alive, gliding under the dirt, shaping itself toward me. Its head rose slowly, barely above the ground, a mask of mud and bone that stared at me with eyes that seemed too human to be beneath the soil. I wanted to speak, to demand answers, but my voice caught in my throat. The whispers rose, not louder but urgent, insistent. They weren't asking for help, they were demanding to be seen. The object in the box, the faces in the dirt, the figure beneath it all, they were pieces of something larger, something I hadn't yet comprehended, something that did not want to be forgotten, and certainly did not want to be buried again. I stumbled backward, tripping over the roots and uneven ground. The spade slipped from my hands and landed with a heavy clatter. The figure rose more fully now, dragging the soil like water around it, revealing the outlines of a body, or maybe bodies, tangled together beneath the earth. Its mouth opened slightly, not a scream but a sound that echoed in my skull, vibrating through my bones. I fell to my knees, hands over my ears, but I could still feel it, pulsing beneath me, alive, insistent. A faint light appeared on the edge of the yard, and I blinked toward it, hopping for a distraction, a rescue, something human. But the light was not from a person, it was from the soil itself. Small sparks like embers flickered along the dirt, tracing lines, creating patterns that made no sense but demanded attention. I followed them with my eyes, and the faces in the soil shifted again, forming shapes I recognized. Symbols, letters, messages. I could almost read them, almost understand what they wanted, but every time I thought I did, the pattern dissolved into chaos, leaving me breathless and terrified. I felt something cold brush my arm and jerked away. My hand landed on something hard beneath the dirt. It was a small skeleton, but not ordinary. Its skull was cracked, teeth clenched in what looked like a scream, hands reaching upward as if clawing for release. I recoiled, heart hammering, and the whispers changed, rising in pitch, more frantic now, as if angry at my reaction. I had disturbed them, awakened them, and I could not leave. The ground shook, faintly at first, then stronger, as if the earth itself was breathing. Shapes continued to rise, bodies or fragments of bodies, faces pressed and twisting in the soil. Some were familiar, faces I had seen before in photographs, in passing memories, or maybe in dreams. Others were not human, twisted and impossible, but still pleading. I realized then that it didn't matter if I understood. They existed, and they demanded acknowledgement. They refused to be hidden, refused to be silent. I dug faster, hands raw, fingernails cracking against roots and stones. Each handful of soil revealed another piece of the story. A child's hand, tiny and fragile, curled upward. A fragment of a torn journal, its words shifting as I read. A ring, blackened with age, etched with initials I couldn't place. The soil gave them to me reluctantly, almost teasingly, showing only what it wanted. I understood then. The earth did not belong to me, and I was only a visitor. Suddenly, the ground beneath me gave way slightly. I stumbled, hands catching the lantern, and its light swung wildly, casting long shadows across the yard. The shapes in the soil shimmered, rising like tides, reaching not just upward but outward, pressing toward the edges of my vision. I felt their weight on my chest, their gaze on my soul. I wanted to run, but my legs refused. I was entangled in their story, and they would not release me. I tried to speak, to calm them, to apologize for waking them, but my words fell flat. The whispers shifted, now coherent in fragments, names, dates, warnings. Do not forget, do not hide, do not leave. I shivered, realizing that they were not simply remnants. They were the keepers of a truth far older than I had imagined, and I had forced them awake. Hours or perhaps minutes passed. I lost track. The yard had become a living mosaic of faces, hands, objects, fragments of lives I had never known. The soil trembled beneath me as if impatient, demanding more from me, and I understood with chilling clarity. Whatever I had unearthed would not let me go. I was now a part of it, a witness, a messenger. They had refused to be buried. They had refused to remain hidden. As dawn approached, a thin light filtered through the trees, washing the yard in pale gray. The faces and shapes receded slightly, sinking back into the soil, but the whispers lingered in my mind. I rose slowly, hands shaking, lantern swinging at my side. I knew I could not tell anyone what I had seen. They wouldn't believe me. But I also knew I could not leave it, not truly. The soil had marked me and the awakening had begun. I took one last look at the disturbed ground. Faces pressed faintly into the dirt, some watching, some smiling faintly, others twisted in endless agony. And then beneath the remnants of the box, something moved. A small hand clawing upward, reaching just enough to brush against the surface. I froze, breathless. They were still here, still watching, still waiting. And I knew without a doubt that whatever I had awakened would not stay buried. I stepped onto the cracked asphalt of the prison yard, and the first thing hit me was the silence. Not the quiet of emptiness, but the kind that presses in, heavy and expectant, like it's waiting for something to happen. I had been here before, years ago, walking these same paths as an officer, but now it was different. The gates were locked, the walls taller, the air colder. Something in me twisted. I had to see it, had to know why the lockdown had never been lifted. Alarm still rang. Not loudly, not like a normal siren, but faint, persistent. It hummed from somewhere deep inside, almost beneath the ground, and it made my teeth ache. I pressed my hands against my ears at first, thinking it was in my head, but it was. It was real, it always had been. I had heard it during my last shift, back when the chaos began. I remembered the fear, the way it sank into your bones. And now, standing here years later, it had changed. It didn't scream, it whispered. I walked toward the main building. The walls loomed like the skeleton of some ancient beast, shadows stretching long in the pale morning light. The doors were barred, chains rusted but still unbroken. I ran my fingers along the cold metal. I remembered sliding keys through these locks, hearing the click, seeing doors swing open. Not now, not here, nothing moved. And still the alarm hummed, a pulse that matched my own heartbeat. Inside, the hallways were dark and stale. Dust coated everything, and footprints of the long-gone officers and prisoners were pressed faintly into the floor, like ghosts had walked here just yesterday. I could feel the weight of those who had been locked inside these cells, their eyes on me from behind bars. And yet, there was no one, not a sound except that incessant hum. I reached the central corridor where the lockdown had begun. The emergency lights flickered dimly, casting orange halos over the peeling paint. I stopped and listened. It was then I noticed it, faint scratching like nails on stone, echoing from somewhere above. I froze, heart in my throat. It could have been rats, it could have been loose debris, but I knew better. I had heard it before. Those sounds came with the alarm. They came when the prison remembered itself, when it tried to tell me something I wasn't ready to hear. I moved deeper into the building. Each step stirred up the smell of mildew and rust and something else, something metallic, warm and thick. My boots echoed on the concrete floor, and I thought I saw movement at the edge of my vision, a shadow darting across a doorway. I stopped, breath shallow. Nothing, just my mind playing tricks. But then the alarm changed. The hum split into two, a second layer underneath the first, low and guttural. It wasn't a sound humans had made. It was alive. I reached the wing with the cells. The doors lined up like a steel army, each one still locked, each one silent. I touched the first door. Cold, solid, nothing. But I could feel it pressure, as if the metal itself remembered who had been inside. I tried the next door, the same, and the next, all the way down the row. The further I walked, the heavier it felt, like the walls themselves leaned in. I remembered the orders, the strict instructions we had been given during that last lockdown. Stay silent. Never open the doors, don't listen. But now I could hear, and I couldn't stop. I leaned against a wall, breathing hard, trying to make sense of it. That's when I saw it on the floor near the last cell. A smudge in the dust, faint but unmistakable. Footprints, not mine, not human. Small, quick and scattered, leading toward the last cell at the end of the hall. I followed them cautiously, every nerve screaming. The door there was thicker, reinforced, and I remembered the incident. The screams, the panic, the orders to lock it down permanently. No one was supposed to enter again. The alarm shifted again, louder now, though still muted, vibrating through the metal bars, through the concrete. I pressed my hand to the door, and a chill ran up my arm, icy and clinging. I could feel something on the other side. Breathing, slow, heavy, watching. I wanted to step back. I wanted to run. But my curiosity, my obsession, held me there, frozen. Then I noticed the scratches. Deep gouges in the metal near the lock clawed lines that weren't there before, or maybe I had never seen them clearly. The metal trembled slightly under my fingertips like a heartbeat, like it was alive. The air grew thick, oppressive. I realized that the alarm wasn't just a sound. It was a signal. It had been trying to tell me something all along, something I had ignored. A cold wind swept down the corridor. I looked around. The windows were sealed, doors locked. There should have been no wind, but the temperature dropped, frost forming faintly on the bars. I could see my breath, shallow and ragged, mist curling in the dim light. And then, almost imperceptibly, I heard it, a whisper. Low, urgent, echoing from the cells themselves. A single phrase repeated over and over, "Do not leave." I stumbled backward, heart hammering. The alarm's hum swelled again, layering with the whisper. I pressed my ear to the nearest cell door. The sound inside was faint but clear now, breathing, slow, steady, but uneven, unearthly. I could feel the presence behind the steel, waiting, aware. Not a prisoner, not a man, not a creature, something else. Something that had been here long before we arrived, before the locks, before the walls. Something patient. I backed down the corridor slowly, eyes darting to every cell, every shadow. Faces formed in the darkness just for a moment, watching from behind bars. They vanished when I blinked, leaving me questioning if they were real or my mind fracturing under the pressure of the alarm. And yet the last cell remained. Its silence was different. It hummed differently, pulsed, as if the building itself circled around it, protecting it, guarding it. I remembered the reports, missing officers, disappearances. The official explanation was vague, accidents, errors, containment breaches, but I knew the truth. I had seen it once, felt it, and now, standing here, I understood better. The alarm wasn't broken, it never had been. It wasn't a warning system for the outside, it was a cage, a call, a tether. Something inside needed to be contained. And the sound kept it in check. I stepped toward the last cell, drawn like a moth to a flame. The hum thrummed through the floor into my bones. I pressed my palm against the cold steel again. The temperature dropped further, biting into my skin. The whisper escalated, and I could swear it was no longer a single voice. A chorus of them, pleading, angry, insistent. They were calling for me, or perhaps warning me. And then I heard it clearly, beneath the alarm, beneath the whispers. A single word, familiar, my name. My name repeated softly, almost affectionately, almost like recognition. I froze, sweat beading at my temples. It wasn't possible. No one knew I was here. No one could know. And yet it knew. I wanted to step back, to leave, to escape this building and never look back. But curiosity held me there, as it always did. And then I noticed the floor, the dust near the bars. Tiny scratches, forming letters, spelling something urgent. I couldn't make it out fully. The hum grew stronger, a wave building in intensity, and I realized the alarm wasn't just a signal. It was a voice. It was alive, and it was waiting for me to respond. I stepped back slowly, trying to put distance between me and the cell. But the hum changed again, sharper now, slicing through the hall like metal. The whispering chorus rose to a crescendo, and I understood. I was not meant to leave. Not yet. Not until I understood what had never been allowed to escape. And as I turned to leave, the last cell seemed to shift ever so slightly, as if acknowledging me, marking me, tethering me to the sound that had never stopped. The alarm continued, unbroken, a constant reminder. Something inside waited, patient and aware, and I knew with chilling clarity that this was only the beginning. The prison had never been empty. It had never been silent. And I had returned to hear the alarm that still rings. I pressed my palm against the first cell door, the cold metal biting into my skin, and felt a pulse beneath it. Not a heartbeat, not like a living thing I could recognize, but a rhythm slow and measured, as if the wall itself were breathing. I should have stepped back. I knew I should have, but something held me there, mesmerized. The doors had always been just doors, barriers to control movement, to keep chaos out. Now they felt different, protective, hungry, waiting. The corridor stretched ahead in dim light, the faint hum of the distant alarm vibrating through the floor. Dust motes drifted lazily in the shafts of light, but even they seemed unnaturally slow, like time itself had been stretched and pulled here. I tried the next door. Locked, solid, nothing gave. And yet, the metal shivered slightly, almost imperceptibly. I swear I saw it bow inward just a fraction, as if acknowledging my touch. I crouched closer to the floor, running my fingers along the grimy edge where the door met the frame. The dirt was damp here, darker than elsewhere, and it stuck to my fingers. And then I noticed it, a smear, a mark not quite human, pressed into the dust. It was a handprint, flattened and twisted, and it felt fresh. My heart skipped. Who or what had been here, and why had it never left? I moved down the row, checking each cell one by one. They were all locked, all silent, all waiting. I reached the middle of the hall and paused. The air had changed, thickened. The smell was wrong. Earthy at first, then metallic, like old blood mixed with damp soil. I gagged slightly, backing away, but curiosity pried me forward. I glanced at the floor, and that's when I saw them, footprints. Bare, small, leading to a cell near the end of the corridor. I hadn't seen them at first because the dust was so thick, but now they were impossible to ignore. They moved in a strange, uneven rhythm, as though whoever made them had limped, staggered, or crawled. The cell at the end, I had never been this close before. Officers whispered about it, avoided it, but I had to see. The metal there was older, more worn, but still unyielding. I pressed my ear against the cold surface, and the sound made my teeth ache. Not a voice, not words, just breathing. Slow, deliberate, patient. Watching. I stumbled back and ran my fingers down the wall for support, trying to shake the thought that had begun to gnaw at me. These doors weren't just keeping prisoners in. They were keeping something out, or maybe keeping something contained. A faint scratching came from above, high near the ceiling, and I froze. It wasn't the building settling. I had worked here long enough to know that sound. This was deliberate, intentional, and it was coming closer, though I couldn't see the source. The alarm thrummed again, a low vibration through my bones. It was no longer a hum, it was a voice. I could feel it urging me, warning me, daring me. I looked back down the hall. The dust seemed alive. The handprints were multiplying, small smears, streaks in the dirt, as if the walls themselves were reaching out. I felt a tug in my chest, a pull toward the last cell, even though every rational thought screamed at me to leave. And then the whisper came, soft but clear. "Do not open." My hands trembled. I tried the lock again, pressing every part of my weight against the door, but it didn't budge, not even a fraction. I could feel heat building under the metal, like something pressed just behind it. And then I understood. It wanted me to know it was there, to feel it. And the longer I touched the door, the more I realized it was testing me. I stumbled back, breathing hard, glancing at the other cells. They were all watching, or at least I imagined them watching. The shadows seemed deeper, darker than they had before. Shapes moved at the corner of my vision, vanishing when I turned my head. And then I noticed the floor again, not just the footprints now. Faces. Faint impressions in the dust, twisted and hollow-eyed, some human, some not. Each one staring upward at me, accusing, pleading, angry, and I couldn't look away. A sudden shift in the air made me jump. The last cell vibrated under my touch, a low rumble echoing down the hall. The whispers grew, layering over each other, rising in intensity. "Do not open, do not open, do not open." The voice changed then, sharper, closer, as though it were inside my skull rather than outside. I pressed my hands to my ears, trying to block it out, but the sound burrowed deeper. I sank to the floor, shaking, heart hammering. My mind spun with fragments of memory, of orders we'd been given, of prisoners who had vanished without trace, of colleagues who refused to speak about the end of the lockdown. It all came together suddenly. The doors had never been ordinary. The lockdown hadn't been just protocol. It was a seal, and now I was here, touching it, tempting it. A flicker of movement caught my eye. One of the faces in the dust shifted. A thin streak, barely visible, like a shadow curling toward me. I scrambled back, tripping over my own feet, and the face vanished. But the sense of being watched didn't. Every cell hummed with it. Every shadow, every mark in the dust, every echo of breath told me. Something is here, something that should not be freed. I glanced at the last cell again. The metal looked different, darker somehow. Almost wet, though there was nothing spilled. My reflection stared back at me in the faint gleam, pale and sweating, eyes wide. And then I noticed something I hadn't before, scratches forming patterns near the lock. Not letters, not words, shapes, symbols. I could feel them resonate against my skin, a vibration that made my teeth chatter. I realized then, they were alive too. The door itself was alive. The whispers became a chorus, overlapping, urgent, insistent. I pressed my back against the wall, heart hammering. My rational mind wanted to flee, to run from this place and never return. But my hands itched to reach out, to touch, to see, to know what lay beyond that unyielding barrier. Something behind the door wanted me to. Something needed me to. I took a shaky breath, stepping closer again, drawn and despite myself. The dust shifted at my feet. The faces reappeared, staring. They were clearer now, closer to human, their mouths opening in silent screams. I realized the whispers weren't just warnings, they were instructions, invitations, commands. And the more I listened, the more I felt a pull, deeper than fear, deeper than curiosity. The last cell hummed differently, a low, pulsing vibration that seemed to anchor everything around it. I pressed my hand to the metal again, fingertips trembling. Heat surged beneath my skin, not burning, not painful, but impossible to ignore. The dust around my feet stirred, tiny shapes forming in the layers of dirt. Another face looking directly at me, expression twisted, desperate. And then just as suddenly the whispers stopped. The faces froze. The hallway held its breath. The alarm's hum dulled to a faint murmur. Silence pressed against my ears. I realized I had been holding my breath too, and when I exhaled, it sounded too loud, too final. I backed away, not taking my eyes off the last cell. Whatever had been waiting, whatever had been contained, was still there. The doors hadn't opened, and yet I knew with a cold certainty that touching it, seeing it, knowing it, I had marked myself. I was now part of it. I turned and left the corridor slowly, each step heavier than the last, glancing back only once. The faces in the dust lingered, watching, waiting. The doors stayed sealed as they had always been. But the air thrummed with anticipation, and deep inside I understood something crucial. Containment wasn't just about the past. It was about me too. And the cells that wouldn't open had not finished their work. I remember the first time I heard the order. It wasn't shouted. It didn't need to be. It came through the intercom in that flat, clipped voice that made you obey without thinking. Remain inside. No one is to leave, not under any circumstances. I repeated it in my head 100 times, over and over, until it became a kind of chant, a mantra. But I didn't understand it then. Not fully. Not the part that would make me look back on it and realize how easily we had all been swallowed. The hallways were silent that day, too silent. The doors clicked behind me and I felt the last echoes of freedom vanish. Every lock, every latch, every reinforced steel panel was suddenly more than just metal. They were promises, warnings, boundaries, and lies. I wanted to question it, of course I did. But the eyes watching from every corner, the supervisors, the cameras, the ones who weren't really watching at all, made me hesitate. No one wanted to be the first to speak. No one wanted to know what speaking might cost. I can still see the faces of the men who followed the order without a word. Their expressions weren't fear, not entirely. It was something else, a quiet surrender. I remember thinking that maybe they understood something I didn't, that maybe they had glimpsed the truth behind the walls and had decided silence was safer than knowing. But I never dared ask. Curiosity felt dangerous, like a nerve stretched too far. The truth didn't arrive all at once. It crept into the cells, into the corners, into the dust that refused to settle. At first, it was the small things, the unexplained cold that pooled in the corners, the faint murmurs that seemed to come from the walls themselves, the shadows that moved when the lights flickered. Each anomaly was subtle, easy to dismiss, but together they built a tension I couldn't ignore. I started to feel the lockdown not as a rule, but as a warning. And yet, the warnings never had faces. There were nights when I would lie on my bunk, the metal cot squeaking beneath me, and hear the whispering. Not human voices, not quite. Low, resonant, like the hum of the building itself vibrating against my skull. Stay inside. Do not speak. Do not let them out. I thought I imagined it at first. But imagination doesn't make the walls pulse with heat, doesn't make the metal doors shiver underhand. I learned quickly that some things were real whether I acknowledged them or not. The first incident happened 3 weeks into the lockdown. A man in the cell across from me began talking to someone who wasn't there. Not out loud, not clearly, but his lips moved and the murmurs flowed, answering voices I could not hear. The shadows around him stretched, coiling toward him, and I watched him vanish. Not suddenly, not with a scream. Slowly, as if the darkness had absorbed him inch by inch. No one admitted seeing it. No one spoke. And when they checked his cell the next morning, he was gone, floor spotless, door locked, as if he had never existed. I think that was the moment I understood why the order existed. Not to control us, not to contain violence or chaos, but to contain something else. Something older, something patient, something that waits in silence. And we were not meant to notice. We were not meant to speak. To speak was to invite it. The intercom never explained the reason. It only repeated the same directive day after day. And we obeyed. The longer I stayed, the more I realized that obedience wasn't just expected, it was necessary. Every rule, every protocol, every whisper of authority was designed to keep us alive, to keep us breathing long enough to see what should not be seen. And yet, fear is a strange companion. It doesn't always make you cautious. Sometimes it makes you reckless. I remember one night when the lights flickered and the hum of the ventilation system dropped, I dared to whisper a question, just one. Why? It slipped past my lips before I could stop it. The silence that followed was suffocating. Not because anyone responded, but because the air itself seemed to thicken. Something shifted in the darkness beyond the bars. I swear I felt a presence press against my chest, cold, patient, and aware. And I learned that night that questions were dangerous. That the order to stay silent was more than just words. It was a shield. I began to notice patterns. Doors that rattled when no one approached. Floors that held impressions not left by shoes. The faint echo of voices repeating our own words, distorted, coming from places that should have been empty. Each observation chipped at my sense of reality. But the real horror was understanding that the lockdown wasn't just about containment. It was about waiting. Waiting for the right moment. Waiting for attention. Waiting for someone like me to notice. I found myself walking the corridors late at night, hands pressed against the cold metal doors, listening for rhythms that weren't my own. Breathing slowed, steps softened, shadows lengthened. I couldn't tell if I was being watched or if I had simply become part of the watch. And then I understood, every movement we made, every breath, every word we suppressed, fed whatever it was behind those doors. Silence wasn't safety. Silence was sustenance. The first time I touched the cell at the end of the hall, the one they warned never to approach, I felt it. A vibration that pulsed through the metal, through the floor, into my bones. It was patient. It was alive. And it knew I was there. I stumbled back, heart racing, breath uneven. That's when I remembered the vanished man, the one across from me, the one who had spoken. And I realized disobedience was invitation. And the order to stay silent wasn't arbitrary. It was the only barrier between life and something else. Something that should never, ever be spoken to. Days blurred together after that. Time had little meaning. The intercom repeated its commands. The lights flickered, casting distorted shapes across the walls. And the whispers never ceased, not fully. Just beneath the audible range, threaded into the hum of the prison itself, a constant reminder of what we were not to awaken. Every cell contained a secret, every shadow a history of obedience and failure. And I, in my curiosity, had begun to understand the scale of it. The faces in the dust, the scratches in the walls, the faint stirrings behind the locked doors, they were all warnings, markers, remnants of those who failed to stay silent. And yet, the compulsion to see, to understand, to hear one last fragment of the truth was unbearable. I walked past the rows of cells, each one more oppressive than the last, feeling their gaze on me, patient, silent, waiting. I pressed my palm to the cold metal once more, feeling the subtle vibration, almost like a heartbeat, not mine. I knew I shouldn't. I knew I was risking everything. And yet I needed to see, to confirm, to feel what had compelled the order in the first place. A shiver ran down my spine as the intercom crackled softly, just a whisper this time. Do not speak. Do not open. not a command, not a threat, an explanation. And in that instant, I realized the full truth. The lockdown had never been about keeping prisoners in. It had been about keeping something contained, something that had waited centuries in silence, feeding on disobedience. The order to stay silent wasn't policy. It was survival, and we foolishly had taken it for granted. I stepped back, breathing heavily, hands trembling against my thighs. I understood then why no one had been let out. Not ever. Not truly. Because some doors, once opened, do not just release prisoners. They release what has been waiting, patient and aware, beyond comprehension. And the whispers that followed me down the corridor that night weren't merely reminders. They were promises. Promises of what could happen if silence broke. I left the hall slowly, not daring to look behind me. The vibration beneath the locked doors continued, faint but insistent, as if it knew I had understood. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me deeper than any fear I had felt before, that the order to stay silent had not been arbitrary. It had been the only thing standing between me and the others who had vanished, and the darkness beyond. Even now, years later, I hear it sometimes. Not in the prison, not in the halls, but beneath the ordinary sounds of life. A faint pulse, a whisper threading through the static of daily noise. And I understand. Silence is still the only safeguard, and breaking it is still an invitation. The lockdown wasn't just an event. It was a lesson, a warning, a history written in breath and shadow and absence. And as long as those doors remain closed, that lesson endures. But I know, as I always have, that one day someone will ignore it. And when that happens, the order to stay silent will be the last thing they hear. I stepped into the main hall of the prison knowing it would be the last time I ever walked these floors. The air smelled of rust and dust, thick and choking, like the place itself was exhaling its age. The fluorescent lights flickered in uneven pulses, throwing long shadows across the peeling walls. I could feel the weight of the place pressing down on me, heavier than the locks that barred every door. The inspector's clipboard crinkled under my fingers as I walked past the cell blocks. Silence had taken over like a living thing. No clatter of keys, no shouts, not even the hollow groan of a distant door swinging in a draft. Just the sound of my own boots against the cracked concrete, and the faint, metallic hum that seemed to seep from the walls. I stopped at cell 17. Its door was warped, the steel rusted at the edges, but the lock clicked open with a reluctant groan. Inside, the room smelled of damp and something else I couldn't name, something that made my stomach tight. A cot sagged against the wall, its mattress stained, sagging like it had held 100 restless nights. I ran my hand along the rough wall, tracing the marks left behind, scratches, small dents, faint fingerprints pressed into the plaster. Someone had left them here, and then they had vanished. Each block I inspected felt like stepping into a memory that wasn't mine. The floors were covered with dust thick enough to leave footprints that would vanish in a day, but I could still see the faint outlines of shapes that didn't belong to me. I told myself it was imagination, that my mind was filling in the silence. But deep down, I knew I was wrong. There was something lingering, waiting to be forgotten before the final seals went up. The control room was next. The walls were lined with monitors, most of them black, a few flickering with static. I could see the reflection of the hall behind me, long shadows stretching toward the door. I reached for the master panel, the one that would shut off the power and lock the gates for good. The buttons felt sticky under my fingers, as if the place itself didn't want me to finish the job. My thumb hovered over the final switch, and I caught myself thinking, what if I don't do it? What if the doors are meant to stay open? I pressed the switch. A low thrum filled the walls, the sound of machinery stopping, of silence growing heavier. The doors slid shut in sequence, metal scraping against metal, each click echoing like a gunshot in the empty hall. The hum of electricity faded, replaced by the steady, echoing pulse of the prison's emptiness. I held my breath, and then, almost imperceptibly, I heard it, a whisper of movement somewhere deep in the building. Not human, not quite. Just a faint shift in the shadows that made the hair on my neck rise. I told myself it was nothing, just air settling, just my imagination. But the whisper came again, closer this time, threading through the metal bars, through the cracks in the walls. I couldn't see anything, but I felt eyes, countless eyes watching me, waiting. My pulse quickened. Each room I checked, each block I sealed, the presence followed, patient and quiet. I reached the last corridor, the one that led to the old administrative wing. The hallway was narrow, the walls scarred with decades of wear. Here, the silence was complete, thick enough that my boots sounded like hammers. I paused at the end of the hall and noticed something strange. The dust on the floor had patterns, small depressions in shapes too deliberate to be random. Footprints. Maybe. But they weren't mine, and I hadn't seen anyone else. I knelt, brushing the dust with my fingers. The shapes seemed to shift slightly, rearranging themselves when I wasn't looking. A trick of the light, maybe. But the instinctive chill crawling down my spine said otherwise. I stood up and ran my hand along the wall for balance, and my fingers brushed something cold, something wet. I pulled back sharply. A smear of dark moisture, sticky and old. My stomach turned. I knew then that this place had memories, that it kept pieces of everyone who had ever been here. I moved to the last control panel, the one that would engage the final lockdown. My hand trembled as I flipped the switch. I heard the gates grind into their final positions, the lock snapping shut with definitive finality. The sound resonated through the building like a death knell. And then silence. A silence that wasn't empty but alive. It breathed. It waited. I walked back down the hall toward the main exit. Each step echoed louder than it should have. My shadow stretched along the walls, long and twisted, and I felt the pressure of the building's gaze on me. Something followed, I was sure of it. Not visible, but present. My skin prickled, and I caught myself glancing over my shoulder repeatedly, expecting to see a figure, a face, something that shouldn't exist. The main doors loomed ahead, massive and imposing. I paused before them, listening. The whispers were gone, replaced by a low vibration, almost like the pulse of the earth itself. I put my hand on the metal, feeling the residual energy of decades of confinement, of fear, of unseen things pressing against the walls. A shiver ran through me, and I wondered if sealing the prison truly ended it, or if it was just beginning. I stepped outside. The air was colder than I remembered, sharp and biting. The setting sun painted long shadows across the yard, and for a moment everything seemed normal. But I could feel it, even from here, something shifting inside the walls. Waiting for the next moment someone dared to open the doors again. I turned for one last look. The prison stood silent, formidable, a monument of stone and steel. But the windows, dark and empty, felt like eyes, watching, waiting. And I knew that the official closure wasn't the end. Not really. It was only a pause, a temporary calm before whatever had been held here finally decided it didn't want to be contained any longer. The keys in my hand felt heavier than when I had entered. I dropped them into my pocket and walked away, not daring to glance back for too long. But even as I left, I knew deep down that the prison hadn't been closed. Not in the way anyone thought. Not in the way that mattered. Something inside still remembered, still moved, still waited for the next curious soul. And I wondered, as I walked away from those walls for the last time, if I had done the right thing at all. I knew something was wrong the moment I saw the roster. Every name, every file. Every single inmate accounted for, or supposedly accounted for. Every cell empty, every record clean, except one. I stared at the name over and over, my eyes tracing the letters as if repetition could make sense of it. The same name kept appearing in different forms, in different logs, across every record I pulled. It was impossible. The cell it belonged to, cell 12, had been cleared years ago. According to the official reports, it was empty. And yet, here it was. I walked the corridor leading to that cell. The hallway smelled of damp concrete and rust, and the flickering fluorescent lights cast long, wavering shadows across the walls. The silence wasn't just absence, it was thick, like a presence pressing in from all sides. My boots echoed too loudly against the floor, but it didn't seem to bother the air itself. I felt watched. The door to cell 12 was as still as it should be, locked, metal cold under my touch. I ran my fingers along the edge of the frame, and a shiver ran through me. Something was off. The lock didn't rattle when I pressed against it. No sound. Almost as if the door was already resisting being noticed. I crouched to peer through the small observation window. The darkness inside the cell seemed to pulse, thick and alive. I could make out shapes, shadows moving in ways that didn't match anything human, or at least nothing I recognized. I blinked and they shifted, always shifting, always just out of focus. I forced myself back to the records, flipping through the files with trembling fingers. Every note, every comment, every inspection report mentioned the same oddity. Cell occupied, identity unknown, unresponsive. And then after that, nothing. No transfer records, no death certificate, no release, no explanation. I went back to the cell. The corridor was colder here. My breath formed clouds in the stale air. The lights flickered again, and I could have sworn I saw a face in the glass pressed flat against it. It wasn't human, not quite, but not clearly anything else either. Just a shape, a presence. And when I leaned closer, it receded, swallowed by shadows. I tried to remember the last guard who mentioned cell 12. Everyone avoided it. Every officer I questioned shuffled uncomfortably, their eyes darting to the end of the hall as if they expected it to speak. They didn't give answers, not direct ones. One muttered, "Some doors aren't meant to be opened. Some people aren't gone." I could hear the faintest scratching coming from the cell now, a soft rhythm under the heavy silence. I pressed my ear against the door. The sound stopped. My pulse hammered. When I stepped back, it started again, but from deeper inside the building. I wasn't alone. Something moved behind the walls, tracking me, testing me. I called up the security feeds. Most cameras were dead, wires chewed or cut long ago. But the one over cell 12 worked. My heart sank as I watched the black and white feed. The cell appeared empty. Just the cot, the floor, the shadows. But then I saw it, a flicker, just a shadow crossing the corner of the room. Not human, not mechanical. Something alive in a way that didn't obey the laws of the building. I wanted to leave. Every instinct screamed for me to step back, to walk away and pretend the roster was wrong. But I couldn't. Something about that cell drew me in, demanded attention. I dug deeper into the records, tracing every mention of the name, every anomaly connected to it. The trail led to reports I wasn't supposed to see. Files stamped confidential, sealed away. Stories of disappearances, of guards missing for hours, returning changed. Faces pale, eyes hollow, voices gone. I took a flashlight and approached the cell again, shoving the beam through the observation window. The light caught the cot, the floor, the walls. Nothing. And then in the reflection on the glass, I saw it. A face pressed against the window, pale, twisted, staring right at me. Not human. Not alive in the way I understood life. But eyes that knew me. Eyes that remembered me. I stumbled back. My mind raced. Was it hallucination, sleep deprivation? Or had the cell truly never been empty? Every record insisted it was, every file said so. But here in the flickering shadows, reality itself seemed to twist. Something had remained, waiting, patient, watching. I couldn't stop looking. Each time I thought I left, the corridor seemed longer. The shadows seemed to stretch. The whispers started, soft at first, almost imperceptible, like the murmur of 1,000 voices under the walls. They spoke in fragments. My name, that name, commands I didn't understand, promises, threats, or warnings I couldn't tell. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps the cell had been used as a holding place for someone too dangerous, someone beyond. And the files were falsified because no one dared admit the truth. But the air around the cell didn't just hold fear, it held intention. It wasn't waiting for me to leave. It wanted me to see, to know, to acknowledge it. I felt drawn closer, unable to resist the pull. The door's surface grew colder, unnaturally so. My hand shook as I touched it again. The whispers were louder now, almost coherent. They repeated the same phrase over and over. You can't leave. Not yet. Not him. My mind reeled. Him who? The name repeated in the files, or something else entirely. I wanted to run, to slam the main gates and forget everything. but I was rooted, trapped by the sheer presence of whatever it was. Every instinct screamed to flee, but I stayed, because staying felt like the only way to understand. Then the scratching started again, closer this time, directly behind the door. I could feel the vibration through the metal, hear it echoing in my bones. The shadows in the corridor twisted unnaturally, forming shapes that shouldn't exist. The face in the glass reappeared, more defined this time, not fully formed, like it was emerging from some half-world between memory and reality. I leaned closer, heart hammering, mind screaming at me to pull back. The eyes locked on mine, and I realized something terrifying. It remembered everything. Every guard, every prisoner, every sound that had ever echoed through this cell. And it had been waiting, patient as stone, silent as death, for someone to acknowledge its presence. I stumbled back, my flashlight shaking. My mind screamed with questions I couldn't answer. How had it survived? How had it remained unseen? And why did it feel as if the entire building was holding its breath, waiting for my next move? I knew then that cell 12 was never empty, and I knew deep down that some part of me had already been claimed, drawn into its waiting. The official records might say otherwise, but I knew the truth. One cell still held what should have been gone, and it didn't want to be found. I took a final glance at the door. The shadow inside flickered again, forming shapes that almost resembled a human face, twisted and stretched. I shivered, stepping back, knowing I couldn't ignore it. And yet I couldn't leave it either. Something about that presence demanded attention, demanded recognition, demanded understanding. Even as I walked away, the whispers followed. Soft, patient, insistent. And I knew that the name in the files wasn't just a record, it was a warning. The cell had never been empty. And whatever was inside was still waiting. I don't remember stepping out, not really. I thought I did. I remember the gate swinging closed behind me, the echo of the lock snapping into place. I thought I felt sunlight on my face, air on my skin, but maybe that was a memory borrowed from someone else. Because when I opened my eyes now, the corridors were the same. The smell of damp concrete, the faint rust of iron, the long, narrow halls stretching into darkness. Nothing had changed. I walked, or maybe floated. My boots made sounds that didn't match the floor, a hollow echo that didn't belong. The lights flickered overhead just like before, and every shadow seemed to reach, stretching longer than it should, as if trying to pull me back. Back where? I couldn't say. I didn't know anymore. I passed a door, cell 7, and stopped. The padlock was rusted, but the latch was tight. I remember the prisoner who used to be inside, or think I do. There was a file, a name, a crime too long ago to recall clearly. But the shadows behind the glass, they moved differently. Not like a person packing. They twisted, as if the space inside the cell was breathing. I pressed my face against the glass. I thought I would see emptiness, a reflection of the past. But I didn't. I saw me, or someone like me, pale, hollow-eyed, with the same unease creeping across the face. My heart sank. The thought hit me like a hammer. I might not have left. I forced myself to step back, tried to ignore the reflection. The hallway stretched endlessly now. I knew every corner, every crack in the concrete, every faint stain on the wall, but the layout seemed wrong. Wider in some places, narrower in others. I had walked this path countless times, yet it felt foreign. I heard it then, soft at first, like a whisper under the floorboards. My name repeated in fragments. Kashif, Kashif. It wasn't a voice I recognized. Not quite human. More like the echoes of my own thoughts twisted backward. The sound followed me, echoing, bouncing off the walls, never letting me settle. I turned a corner and froze. The end of the hall should have opened to the yard, but it didn't. The doors were still there, heavy steel, bolted shut, and behind them, darkness. Not night, not shadow, something thicker, something alive. And I understood in a gut-clenching instant. Maybe it had never been just the prisoners trapped here. Maybe it had been me too. I ran my hands along the wall, feeling the texture of concrete, trying to ground myself. Everything felt the same. Yet nothing was. The air was thicker here, harder to breathe. The fluorescent hum overhead pulsed, almost like a heartbeat, or maybe it was mine. A door creaked behind me. I spun, but no one was there. Just the corridor stretching endlessly. My mind raced. Had I imagined the sunlight when I left years ago? Had I imagined the gates opening? Or had the prison swallowed it all, warped reality until I could no longer distinguish leaving from staying? I checked my watch. The hands were frozen. The battery long dead, but the moment didn't move forward anyway. Time here didn't obey the rules outside. That's when the whispers grew louder, layering over each other, voices that didn't belong to anyone I knew. They spoke of doors that should have been open, of cells that weren't empty of me. Always me. I stumbled to cell 12, the one that had never been empty. My hand shook as I touched the cold metal. The surface hummed, subtle but insistent. Shadows flickered in the small glass window. They weren't human, not entirely, and yet I could feel recognition in them, like it remembered every time I had walked these halls, every time I had told myself I had left. I leaned closer, pressing my forehead against the glass. The reflection wasn't mine alone. There were others behind it, faces emerging from the darkness, twisted in ways memory could barely hold. They were waiting, patient, silent, observing, and I realized that the cell had always known I would come back, that I had never really left. The whispers became clearer. They spoke in fragments. You never left, never will, watched, remembered. My own voice echoed back at me from the walls. Not my voice exactly. Something older, deeper, folded over my own tones. Every corner of the prison seemed alive now, not just a building. I stumbled down the corridor, trying to force logic into my mind. The yard should have been open, the sky should have been real. But every exit I found led back inside, twisting, looping. I could hear the faint sound of metal doors locking somewhere in the distance, repeating in rhythm with my heartbeat. I stopped. The thought hit me with a cold, absolute certainty. I might have walked these halls for years, decades even, and never left. I reached the infirmary and the smell hit me. Old antiseptic, dust, and something fouler beneath it. On the examination table lay objects I didn't recognize at first, and then I realized they were mine. Personal items I had sworn I lost years ago. My wallet, my watch, a crumpled photograph. But older, worn differently, decayed in ways that should have been impossible. The room was empty except for the whispers, and the shadows that moved too deliberately, too precisely. I felt watched from every angle, my reflection appearing in steel trays, in broken glass, in puddles of stagnant water on the floor. Each reflection showing me a version of myself that had aged, suffered, and remained trapped. I tried to speak, to tell myself this was impossible, but my voice sounded strange, thin, distant. The words didn't reach the walls, only echoed back at me in distorted layers. And in that echo I understood. I had never really left. The prison had kept me. Time had kept me. And the things inside, they had waited. I backed away, but the corridor seemed longer now, stretching beyond memory. The light flickered, revealing cracks in the walls I had never noticed before. Lines that formed faces, twisted mouths, eyes that blinked in rhythm with my own. The whispers layered into a chant, a warning or a welcome. I couldn't tell. I reached the main gates. They looked like they should open. The lock glimmered faintly, tempting, promising escape. I reached out my hand, heart hammering, and then I hesitated, because I understood deep down that opening them might not be leaving, that leaving might be impossible, that the prison wasn't just walls and steel, it was memory, it was patience, it was me. I stepped back. My hand dropped to my side. The shadows in the hall stretched again, embracing me, claiming me, reminding me. The whispers softened, murmuring the same truth I already knew. I never left. And now I wasn't sure I ever could.